up, gang? What up, Nitwitch gang? How's everybody doing? What up, 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 what up? What up? We can hear me. We can see me. Nothing's messed up from the frickin' yoga stream yesterday. Let's go, boys. Abraxas wears snakes on their legs. My legs, I'm going to replace with snake skin snakes. I'm going to have entire snake legs and slither around. What up, gang? Whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody chill out. What up, what up, what up? How you guys doing? Guess what? I already fed Squeaks. All right, let's play the song. We'll get everyone in. Smoke a little ganj. We'll eject our hard drives. What up? 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 Oh!
Soul from a face without giving sources away. Bored of the basics, sick of Freemasons covering 4 bases. Forced to love it, so of course I hate it. Force of nature left my corpse on the pavement. Good form, even formal with a
formal engagements. Black Death, best rapper ever.
I was born yesterday into a world that's ancient. Whoever most abrasive is taking the cake. They make you behave and say praise for their bracelet. Word to the ankle monitor, I barely made it 7 whole
days with, bitch.
Ego in chains, a slave to being celebrated. Of course I'll never make it. I'm a force that's delegated. Marked safe in a world full of strangers. Now I'll be a good boy after being warned and regulated. Even if the blade is jagged, you better get it straight and better never face it. Kill time bombs when it's minutes away. Taste how the minute made. There is no getaway when every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake? When they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase. Terrorism or heroism. When we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians.
We're coming for you, billionaires.
Since Theodore's presidency, they've been all sleeping with Teddy. It's deadly until the American dream is just Freddy. A cheap way to pretend they're eating your head is reheating spaghetti. They all in bed with the horse, but me, I still sleep with machetes. Ain't no keeping it friendly in a feeding frenzy. I'm eating everything after the stomach's been feeling empty. It's in our nature to besiege the enemy.
Gabe, you're moving to LA? Oh shit.
Got me hugging curves like a sports bra. Black hole on a world tour till it's tore off. They fighting wars for gold stars and sure shots. The war is on as soon as you hear the Fort Knox. Billionaires don't share the same issues. We cry tears in the brain tissues. Wait, let me share my pain with you. Opening scene of Final Destination 2.
Bitch.
Log truck about the lane switch you. Holy water in the super soaker. Spray and pray until the spray missed you. Pros at grilling chicken. Let's fill the air with pain. Artist that thinks of a million things to paint. Every time a billionaire complains, but still I wear the shame. Mandela effect. Berenstain bear the blame. You have to have something here to compare to change.
What up? Here we go, boys. Buckle in. Get strapped. The war's coming to you, Paul. Sacred spores, spinning stories sent from stellar skies. Sun speaking sermons, see the signals behind our closed eyes. Silhouettes of serpents, circle secrets in the stone. I'm sifting through the sands of time to set the spirit back to home. I'm sitting here doom scrolling, satellites surveilling sacred scenes. Step inside the stream, see the soul between the screens. Stillness in the syntax revealing the symmetry and signs. Synesthesia sparkling, system stored beyond the mind. Seeker saga spiraling, something is set to shift. The shadow self surfacing, surfing to find the solar gift. Symbol sing in silence, scribed in statue, sky and skin. Admire your sovereign self, standing where the storm used to spin. We're scripting sacred sciences and summoning the source. Your soul's a simulation set to steer the spiral's course. Fuck all this alliteration. I sound like a soothsaying horse. Speaking parcel tongue to idiots selling snake oil to snuff the hordes. Here, drink this. It'll make you super brave and help you hide your pain. Just a little meth pick me up to soothe Marco's drug addict brain. The kids aren't all right, and your job's to keep it that way. And if you're a good little boy, we'll make sure to hit the fucking vein. What's at stake besides Trump steaks? I'm taking tickets and bouncing nitwits. I'm itching to give the Lizzie some stones and some fucking stitches, but I see the apple sitting at the end of the Garden of Eden. It's our consciousness as one while we just sit and breathe in. Namaste. Ooh. I need to catch my breath. Hold on. We back at it, boys. Don't give them a moment's rest to catch their breath. We cracking heads like ice and keeping our boots on their necks. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Paul. Do I have your attention now? McVeigh's in Plato's cave with Elvis reading Goodnight Moon out loud. Maybe to his cloner nephew, Tyler Hansen, the fittest fed earther. Or maybe Kathy's grandkid, Colton, could be the same fucking person. But what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist, as you'd say. But why does it feel like you want to cover up the connection between your friend Paul Wysopal and Timothy McVeigh, Kathy? Huh? Why are you always running office for Paul Wysopal, girl? We gotta know. Come on, tell us. As a grandmother of 2 murdered children, you're really doing a lot of work for Timothy McVeigh. You always say that you saw him die, but I don't know, man. Feels like you might have seen American democracy die and you've said nothing, bro. So, anyway... We love Timothy. We gotta know that too, because you know, they're connected to the Freemasons and stuff. That would make a whole lot of sense. All right, but what do I know? This is just a little bit of a locker room talk. Bye. What up, dudes? Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the show. I didn't even get a honey water. I just went and cracked a booch. Let's get crazy tonight. I'm a booch billionaire tonight. I might drink 25 booches. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Yo, what is this? This is me and Black Deathicus and Mac Beats. Alright, fine. Here's one more.
Our cities that we occupy, the ruins of the past people, that they are hastily...
I should go get a honey water real quick. Stand by.
Everywhere I go, the destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical, and even that seems silly to me. Why historical? I mean, it's only 100 to 200 years ago. It's not even that long ago.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed punk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze. Press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark. But never better off, just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they topple the booth. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they topple the booth. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Moving Ouroboros of conscious stardust, seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenity. And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. Very simple, give us back what you took, we just want our memory. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught. We lost the plot when they topple the proof. It's all been a goof. We started the shots, we don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice
Turn your top chats to live chats, boys.
Vegetative state, pagans infiltrated the jail snakes. Will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self, escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk, but I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Great fire for every city. Still is not time. Truth was a lost in the book. Justice not in time. We lost the plot when they tried to proof. It's all when they goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't know what they got. We just know what they took.
What up? Hello. Hi. Yeah, me, Black Death, and Mac be cooking nothing but heat for Paul. We're gonna fuck Paul's shit up. Thanks, Tori. Glad you like it. Who asked earlier if I reply to DMs? Honestly, oftentimes, no. But it's not. It's just because I'm mostly not in the DMs. But if there's something specific you need me to look at, I can look. If it's on Instagram, good luck. Instagram is a disaster mess. There's never any messages when people are like, "Did you see my message?" There's like 4 different menus of messages. It's like, okay, your messages. Then it's requested messages. Then you gotta change all the auto filtered messages, because obviously they don't want anyone with like minds connecting, you know. So they get filtered out. But yeah. Oh yeah, and Gabriel was on the first song. So it's a whole nitwitch smorgasbord of bangers, and it's called Paul Rap. It's our new genre. It's just about Paul. If you can't see already, the album is going to be released on September 11th, 2026. Oh yeah, Discord's the easiest. Yeah, tagging in comments and stuff. That's honestly the best way. I watch or read all my comments for the most part. Paulternative music. Oh my god, dude. What's this?
Free energy production.
Yeah.
Wait, Barry did a freestyle?
Catherine, is that you? Never ever forget.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm on the Cat Dad show. I'm up in the comments. I might go 5 below. It's cold as fuck in the USA.
True.
They chemtrail their ass. Ooh, look, today and that day and next day and yesterday.
It's every day, bro.
I chemtrail so much, I don't wanna stay in the shitty little place where they wanna fucking dust us. Trump even said there's dust in the clouds, bruh. What the fuck? I'm in this shit. Ice on my ass and I ain't taking a shit in a fucking frozen toilet. Get the joke? I just really out here in my fucking neighborhood. What the fuck is that about, bro?
Yo, I'm dead
Just
ass
chilling.
when I say fuck ice.
I didn't know we were in fucking Gestapo Germany, son.
This beat rules.
But I guess we fucking are. It's like when Hitler first got on the throne. Kinda like Kanye and Jay-Z, huh?
Now that's canceled.
Watch the throne. Look, it's Trump and Vance. I got better things going on in my fucking pants, dog. Talking about my nuts. Come suck on his jaws. Let him. Yeah. Trump is probably wanting it. We all know he call him Mr. Bill, Mr. Butler. They got 2 names. I bet he got a couple more on that plane. How many names all these people using? I don't even know if these names are real. Personally, if I was of that mindset, I would probably use aliases and fake
Fuck
names.
yeah.
Cause who's really making me put my real name down?
Yeah, there's no rules.
Except maybe Ghislaine. Ghislaine, I'm in that fucking ski lane. I got the fucking shit on my feet, bro. It's in flames. I'm leaving grass paths on the hill. It's too snowy for them in this
Yo,
field.
I'm dead ass when I say this. Don't be such
Too
a cunt.
snowy, but they're still out.
Dude, let's fucking go. All right, Barry, you get a verse. You get a verse somewhere. Barry Sanders of freestyling. Let's fucking go, dude. I did not expect this. LMAO, thank you. Dude, that's so funny. That was awesome. That beat was sick, too. Ooh, wee. All right, boys. Wait, dude, okay. Fittest Fed Earther literally released this yesterday, and tell me this isn't directly to us. I feel like Tyler is directly communicating with me at all times. I'm gonna go all Sam Chapman, or wait, what's his name? Mark David Chapman? The guy who got obsessed with, what's his name? John Lennon. That MK Ultra guy who got obsessed with John Lennon and shot him, supposedly. Well, I wouldn't do that part, but I am going to get obsessed with Tyler Hansen and start seeing messages that he's directing only to me. Tell me, dude, we went the fuck off on Tyler, what? Last week, Wednesday and Thursday, and then you're going to tell me he releases this Saturday? The fuck? The fuck?
You know, sometimes in life, there are just bad, evil people out there who try.
Ooh, Truth Seeker's evil for doing what what Tyler literally does, right? Is he just saying Timothy? Or he's saying there's some bad people, Timothy, and the person who said the world is a stage?
Try to make those doing good.
Dude, the picture's not even the best part. It's their fucking voice.
And exposing the bad and evil look bad as well. And while I'm going to repost a video I did on the OKC.
Like, dude, Tyler's mad. Look at him. He's mad. Why is he mad? People are just doing what he does. Dude, when Adam Dramas said that I was fucking Andy Dick, can you imagine if I got super mad about that? What the fuck, right? What's he doing? Why are you getting mad about this, Tyler? Yeah, he's saying Truth Seeker's bad, right? He's not only bad, he said he's evil. He said there's some people that are just evil. Pointed to Timothy McVeigh and then pointed to Truth Seeker. This dumb social media account that's literally doing good versions of what Tyler does. Oh my God. Tyler, also stop looking for other people. I've been saying it. It's me. Me. Dude, I'm gonna make a killer video on him now, actually. Bro. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I mean, how much longer can this man ignore me? Like, at this point, it's so obvious you have to be trying to ignore me. Bro, Tyler, if you fucking talk to me and you unblock me, I'll let you get a verse on your uncle's diss track album, Apocalypse Now. We've got 4 tracks so far. Here, this one's called Who the Fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max to solve. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Dude, at this point, I'm getting pissed because, like, who the fuck is Truth Seeker? Bro, I said that you're Kathy Sanders' dead grandson, and you're also Paul's nephew, and you sound the exact same, and you look the exact same, which is already way better than the evidence that you go off of, dummy. Sorry, you're not dumb, Tyler. You're actually really smart. You're just like, dude, if you want people to not think this is true, you gotta fucking laugh this shit off. It's clear he's mad, dude. Yeah, take this L, Paul.
You know what? Just to remind those of the side I'm on.
Hold on.
And while I'm bad,
I gotta see it from the beginning again.
you know, sometimes in life there are just bad, evil people out there who try to make those doing good and exposing the bad and evil look bad as well. And while I'm going to repost a video I did on the OKC, you know what, just to remind those of the side I'm on, the side of truth and good. And just know anyone posting things on me, well, you can guess what side they're on.
What side are we on, guys? Bro, he's saying we're on the evil side. He's saying we're demons. What's up with that? Dude, Tyler can get a whole diss track. Dude, he should. We should fucking ice Tyler soon. There's 4 songs on it right now. And also Black Death, I just realized we should put Meet the Weinbachers and well, I don't know, maybe it's not quite the same vibe. I don't know what you think, but I don't have it on anything else. But like Meet the Liebies, maybe? Should we put that on there? Or Meet the Weinbachers, I mean? I guess it's not directed at Paul, but... But yeah, Paul alternative music, Paul rap, Paul trap, Paul core, post Tim, Paul rock. Oh, dude, Tyler is so mad, bro. And then he literally he's reposting this video of him that he already did. He's like, remember, I already kind of poked fun at this, but in a weird way. Fighting with him is stupid. I think he is genuine. Wait, Bernie, are you talking about Tyler? What do you mean, what's genuine about him? I'm not saying he's not I mean, he's a genuine Fed. He's genuinely trying to give everyone psychosis by saying everyone is being played by Elvis or whatever the fuck. He's not genuine, dude. He works for, he is using his platform to get his fans. Like, dude, Tyler has so many strikes at this point. He's using his platform to get his followers to join a fucking Mormon MLM, Mela Luca. Literally, we crashed that shit. Then, on top of that, he blocked us. I'm never going to forgive him for that. Second, dude, he not only does, like, this is nothing. Saying he looks like Paul Weisopel, motherfucker speaks exactly like him. What is up with that? And then he did a video last week that was all about how clones aren't real. As we're like, is he a clone or is he like Paul's nephew? Then, dude, my other fucking op, Kathy Sanders, I've been trying to help her solve her fucking, her dead grandkid's crime, and she has the audacity to do the same thing that Tyler's doing, which is talk about me without talking about me. Kathy, who else is coming to you with Timothy McVeigh is still alive? And I only came once. Like, dude, they're fucking talking. She did like 3 podcasts about this. She's like, these conspiracy theorists are crazy. They're driving me up the wall. Then stop following me on Twitter, Kathy. Stop paying attention. But, dude, also, not only that, Tyler appeared like at the same exact time that I started doing all of the, hey, why do all these celebrities look like Nazis? I lose all my accounts, and then Tyler appears, and he's doing face matching, saying everyone is fucking Elvis. And dude, honestly, Bernie Lehman, have you been here before? Are you Tyler? Literally, if you're Tyler, you have to tell me. That's unwritten laws of streaming. If you infiltrate my stream, you have to say that you are whoever you're impersonating, okay? What did Kathy say? Okay, so about like probably a year ago at this point, I read Kathy Sanders' book, and I was like, oh my God, this grandmother whose 2 dead grandkids supposedly died in the Oklahoma City bombing. These 2. And don't even get me started. Just wait. Her whole thing is her 2 grandkids died in the Oklahoma City bombing. And now she just does propaganda for the federal government, apparently. I basically tweeted at her. She didn't say anything to me personally. She's been ignoring me, which is the weirder thing. But I sent her a long ass thing, not even that long, just like a couple videos, because she's like an investigator, right? On Twitter, and then she started following me, so I know she knows who I am. My videos were basically like, hey, Kathy, I think you might have a little bit too much trust in the FBI. I know you could smell that there was a lot of fishy shit, but my whole theory is that the FBI did this on purpose, and I think Timothy McVeigh's still alive, and if he is, that would make a lot of sense, and that would really, really solidify my theory that the FBI orchestrated all of this, because they did. And then I sent her like my Paul shit, and then she never reached out to me. Then we start seeing her on these other interviews talking to people, and dude, they did a whole video with this guy Eric Hunley who investigates, who like talks about shit like me. He's a little more of a square, I think he's willing to go where he needs to go, but I think that he's surrounded by fucking people who are deceiving him and handling him, like Kathy. So anyway, they had this whole episode where Ryan, one of our chatters here, Ryan went into his live with Kathy, with Kenneth Trentadue, Jesse Trentadue's brother, who's supposedly another victim of all this, and then this other lady who wrote another book on Oklahoma City. And Ryan goes, hey, it's really weird how you guys are always avoiding the Paul Wysopal, Timothy McVeigh question. And then he addressed it, and he brought it up, and he goes, oh, do you guys know who Paul Wysopal is? Kathy Sanders literally goes, no, I've never heard of that. All of them are going, no, never heard of him. Who's that? And I think in an attempt to get Eric to be like, oh, never mind. Instead, Eric goes, oh, here, let me tell you. And he pulls up a picture of Timothy and Paul. And then all of a sudden, actually, I do know about this. And the first lady is like, and people looked into it, and it's actually impossible because their timelines would overlap. They literally don't. They literally do not. There's like a life of Paul Wysopal before Timothy McVeigh, then a huge gap where Timothy McVeigh exists, and then Paul Wysopal's life starts all over again. It's so funny. So one of the people, mind you, these people knew nothing about Timothy McVeigh 5 seconds ago, or Paul Wysopal. And then what was Kathy's excuse? Kathy was like, oh, these conspiracy theorists are always coming up to me telling me that Timothy McVeigh is alive in a cave with Elvis. Dude, she uses this line. She's been on like 4 different things that we've seen her, and she uses this fucking line it's like her tick. She's like, oh, these conspiracy theorists telling me that Timothy McVeigh is still alive in a cave with Elvis. Like belittling it. Like this lady, both of her grandkids supposedly died in this shit. She's like trusting of the FBI. So anyway, all of this shit happens. She did like a fucking interview with the 700 Club. Like, she's a fed, dude. And Kathy Kathy has really ruined this all for me, because I used to believe her and I used to trust her and I wanted to help her and figure it all out. And then, bro, get this. So these are her 2 grandkids, right? We're looking at this shit. And and Kathy's other thing, she's always like, whenever anyone's like, okay, what if Timothy McVeigh isn't dead? What if he worked for the FBI and he still works for the FBI? And she goes, I saw him die. I saw him die. Yeah, she did another interview with some other God channel. It was sponsored by Israel, bro. She was literally hawking fucking trips to Jerusalem in the commercials. Yeah, oh yeah. So wait. Here we go. This is the fucking best part. So these are her. There's a million reasons why I'm pretty sure. I think Black Death agrees with me. I think a lot of people are starting to. I think that, I'm not saying that not everyone died, but I don't know if all the kids died or if they died in this bombing or if it was like used to cover up trafficking or something, right? Half of the people killed were like part of a family. Like there was like 6 couples that died in the Oklahoma City bombing together. There was one family that had 3 family members die in it. I think there was 2 actually. There was like, and then most of the people that were supposedly killed were Secret Service, DOJ, like not FBI, not ATF, who really was in the building. It was like weirdo, like kind of CIA operative types that I feel like would be a good cover to like start them fresh somewhere else. So I don't know if the whole thing, like I doubt that they didn't kill anyone. I bet that they did. But I think a lot of it, I think the numbers are definitely manufactured. Like I think they're upped a lot because there's like 160 people that died. And bro, I'm telling you, like a third of them at least were like duplicates. Like Kathy Sanders, both of her grandkids died in this. Like one of the preschool teacher and her kid and I think her husband died all together at the thing. Like I don't know, it feels like they're padding the numbers, kind of like they padded the numbers for the 9/11 crash into Pennsylvania, because that whole, I mean, all of the planes, all of the people on the planes were basically all like, you know, security tech, like Oracle type tech, then DOJ shit, FBI people, money, oil people, like all of those people on those planes, they're fucking not real. I mean, they probably were real and they just got reassigned or whatever the fuck, right? So anyway, we started realizing that the Oklahoma City thing is starting to feel like Sandy Hook, where, and dude, like their obituaries and stuff, like half of these people couldn't have been real or they didn't fucking know them. Literally, one of these kids, his obituary said he liked peas, carrots, and what was the other one? Peas, carrots, and something else. Green beans or some shit. Like, that's what you wrote about your fucking kid that died? Anyway, so then we gets to thinking, and Kathy's got they got all these excuses why Timothy McVeigh is not Paul Wysopal instead of being curious, right? She spent her whole life, she spent the last 30 years researching all of this, and she's unwilling to give one more lead a look. So then we got to look into at this picture. I was like, yo, that fucking looks like Tyler. That looks a little bit like Tyler Hansen. What if Tyler Hansen is a clone of Paul? And Kathy was like, you know, she's probably an Eastern Star. She probably gave him up. What do you think, dude? I bet Tyler and Kathy are fucking, oh my God, Tori, what the hell? Bernie, you think nobody died at OKC? Well, if you're Tyler, you would know that. Wait, did Bernie admit to being Tyler? I went on a rant. But yeah, so Kathy's whole thing is she loves the FBI, dude. She's like, that it can't be Timothy McVeigh because I saw him die. I watched him not breathe for 10 whole minutes. Why? I don't know. All sounds like a crock. I don't think... And dude, we've heard that there are other reports of Timothy McVeigh not being dead after 10 minutes. And yeah, she acts super defensive. I made a whole video on it. Here, I'll share it with you in a sec. You can watch it at your leisure. But yeah, did I hit all the Kathy Sanders shit? But yeah, dude, what if... I want to see Tyler Hansen's baby pictures. Look, we got this. I could be Tyler Hansen's son. This is from Tyler's this is one of Tyler. Dude, in that video, Tyler's like, "Oh yeah, I'm Timothy McVeigh." Could Timothy McVeigh have been in high school fucking football in 2000 whenever the fuck? And then he posted this picture. This was his evidence that he's real. Not with my face on it, but you know what I mean. Yeah, look, here's Kathy on the 700 Club, dude. Hawking fucking fundraising. Her first book about the Oklahoma City bombing, you know what it's about? It's about how she got over. It's how she found God and she got over being mad about the Oklahoma City bombing. Bro, my 2 grandkids die in the Oklahoma City bombing. I'm destroying the FBI. Bro, can you imagine if the FBI actually did something to me personally? Well, besides try and put me in a Florida rehab. Can you imagine? Dude, that's all the fire I would need. Kathy Sanders is like, I don't know, let's hear him out, guys. I know that the ATF was there and no fucking FBI agents were in the building. Just Secret Service to pad the numbers. But the FBI... they're gonna make a fake killer person and then hide him and have him do 9/11 with Mossad? Yeah, that is what they're gonna do. But yeah, Kathy be a liar, dude.
I went to New York where I met with Timothy McVeigh's father.
She's such a Fed, bro. She's totally an Eastern Star.
I had Terry Nichols' ex-wife and his son to my home. Josh, Terry Nichols' son, told me how he had dropped out of school. The kids had nicknamed him Bomber. He would randomly get beat up. My heart went out for this boy.
Bro, Kathy's like, all domestic terrorists, lives matter.
Boy, Josh asked me to take him to the Oklahoma City Memorial, and I knew when I stood in front of the chairs 60 and 61 that represented the lives of my little grandsons.
It's all so fucking... Dude, now that I see through it all, too, I'm like, this is bad. These people are monstrous. I wonder if they even know that this shit isn't real.
With the Oklahoma City bomber's son, that God had done a great work in my life and I had come a long way.
Dude, she's an actor, bro.
I can remember telling Terry Nichols on the phone one day, I said, Terry, I don't know what your part was in the bombing, but I want you to know.
Sure you do. Sure you do, Kathy. Little old Kathy. Yeah, it's this video. Is everyone who talks about Oklahoma City bombing controlled opposition?
It was going to happen. They were following.
I would love to have had the opportunity to
enjoy it. All right, let's watch this. Here, I'll just play the first couple minutes because this is kind of incredible. She's so uncurious, bro. And not only that, I think she's literally running offense to hide the Paul Weisopel thing. She's a Fed.
Somebody in the chat asked about Paul Weisopel. I think that's the name. And I had heard about this person before. Mars, you might know that. Well, somebody made an accusation here. Huntley and Grobert's extreme lack of interest.
Ryan, you're such a cuck. I love it. A good cuck. Extreme lack of interest in Paul Weisopel is a conspicuous omission. You're not wrong, bro. Bro, that's so funny.
Person Paul Weisopel is a conspicuous omission. Is completely inappropriate because Mark Robert has nothing to do with the Oklahoma City series whatsoever and hasn't studied it. So you could lay blame on me being interested or not interested.
Okay.
I am still learning as I go, but I just wanted to clear that up. And so here is the direct question.
This is not a name that I'm familiar with. Me either.
Cat, that is a bold-faced lie, bro. Me either. Oh, but all these conspiracy theories are theorists are bothering you about this, right? But Kathy's never heard of this. This is a fed, dude. She a liar. That's not true. That's not true. I told your daughter about him. She was supposed to tell you. You should. And I fucking tweeted at you. I shared a bunch of stuff. You've heard of... Dude, she follows me. Come on. Come on, Kathy. Kathy. Don't say that. Kathy Sanders wrote a book that I read like a few months ago where she's claiming that she's a grandmother of 2 kids who died in the Oklahoma City bombing in the daycare. Hold on. Kathy, don't be fucking playing games with me. Actually, dude, this can't be possible because she literally followed me. Look, here we go. Look, Kathy Sanders follows you. She literally followed me like 2 days after I messaged her daughter on Facebook and sent her all of this stuff saying, hey, I read your mom's book and I think that there's a bunch of FBI involved. She followed me.
Ever.
Like, dude, I don't want to say this, but I'm just going to say, you know, we be thinking, right? Always. What if there weren't any kids in that building? What if there were no kids in that building? I'm just saying. No, that's crazy.
Just wanted to clear that up. And so here is the direct question.
This is not a name that I'm familiar with. Me either.
Dude, that's a liar-ass statement. And she's acting like a liar when she says it. She doesn't. She never heard of Paul.
The stars.
No problem. And I will show you momentarily what it is. I had heard about this person before without knowing the name. I heard this FBI guy. So.
I know who this is. That they think.
Yeah, exactly.
See. Oh, now he mentions it. They don't. Now they know. Oh, Eric's not going to give it up. Oh, now I know. Now I'm the fucking expert on this.
So bear with me. I'm working in the background just so people know. Believe it or not, I am searching images, cropping images, resizing images, refreshing images, going through the chat. And
when you search Paul Weisopel, my website comes up. So funny.
Doing all of this while I'm trying to keep the show flowing. So sometimes I'm stumbling a little bit as I go. But I
pick up on Margaret's comment about Roger Charles. Yes. A wonderful man, a dear friend. Roger told me.
Pivot? Are they pivoting? Did they? Wait, and then Kathy at one point's like, the ears don't even match. Was that pivot?
Me, that Kathy and her husband Glenn had figured this case out within 2 weeks.
And I'm an artist by trade. I paint portraits, and their ears aren't even similar.
Dude, she literally pulled out like 3 excuses after first not knowing anything about him. Oh, the ears don't match. Their timelines overlap. No, they don't. Fucking... I saw him die. I don't know. Excuses. Just look into it. You gotta admit, it's fucking weird how similar they look. Not only that, fuck the similar, how close they look. Listen to them talk and move. Listen. You're crazy. You're literally blissful. You're being intentionally ignorant. You know what I mean? Kathy's a fed, and that's why I don't feel bad when I say I don't think her grandkids are dead. I think one of them is fittest fed earther. Ba-da-donk. We got them, boys. Sorry. So anyway, I'm making a fucking video about Tyler. I'm gonna make the fucking end all be all Tyler video and make him reply to me. He has to. Come on, Tyler, do a takedown of me. Please. Say I look like Andy Dick. Say I look like, and oh, Owen Wilson, I get that too. Tell me another person that'll flatter me. Oh. Sorry, one delayed.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my heart. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Love so hard to find.
we got him.
So you're saying Eric Hunley. Well, Eric Hunley seemed like he. Wait, sorry. Is my mic still echoey? Someone said it was echoey. Is it still bad? Or is it okay now? Let me know. But Eric Hunley seems like he's willing to look at it, but when you're surrounded by 3 fucking feds who are all like, no, it's not him. At one point, Kathy literally goes, well, what did she say? I forget how she phrased it, but she was basically like, well, glad we buttoned that up. Glad we proved that Timothy McVeigh is not Paul Weisopel. Like, girl, you did not do that. You did not prove that. She goes, I'm an artist by trade, and the ears aren't even similar. She didn't even say the same, didn't she? She said similar. She said the ears aren't even similar.
Or I've never seen an actor able to hold their eyes open for 10 minutes. And
oh yeah, I saw him die.
10 or 12 minutes before they shut.
And this is like, dude, this is just how they've always done it. It's not even that hard.
Died with his eyes open, and he laid there and stared at us for 10 or 12 minutes before they shut the curtains. And if he should get an Academy Award. And I've never seen an actor able to hold their eyes open for 10 minutes.
She got a lot of excuses, bro. I mean, dude, if someone said this to me, I saw that picture, I hear that voice, I'm going, how could they have pulled that? No, I'm not going, I know for sure. Like, you didn't get a pulse. You're between glass. You're fucking 20 feet away. You're grieving. You don't know shit. You should be mad. And bro, it's not like people are even saying like he's a gas station clerk, right? The thing that makes me know this is all true is that he's an FBI agent. If someone was like, he runs a bowling alley, I would literally never pay attention to this. Ever. Right? The fact that he works for the FBI is not the reason you go, that's not true. It's the reason you go, what the fuck? Unless you're an agent of chaos, like Kathy Sanders, the liar, in my opinion.
Just in case you don't know who this guy is.
Anyway, so Tyler literally just... So Wednesday and Thursday we went off talking about Tyler and how I think he... Wouldn't it be so funny if he's Kathy Sanders' fucking grandson? Chase or Colton, I can't remember which one. He sure got the chin for it, just saying. Yo! Both have brown eyes. So far, we're pretty good. They both be feds. I mean, the odds are ever in our favor, I'm saying. Tyler's got to stop getting mad about this shit. All right, you guys want to watch some David Icke? We'll calm down a little bit on Tyler so he doesn't have to a full fucking meltdown. He's going to be like, oh, nah. I honestly, I don't think that he even would bring up the fact that, like, if I made a video and I wouldn't be like, Tyler's definitely Kathy Sanders' grandkid, but I would be like, this is weird, and this lady's running offense for Paul Weisopel, so you tell me. But I should do a video. We gotta be punching up. Tyler Hansen's wife is AI. Dude, Tyler Hansen's wife is Terry Nichols.
A companion to my book, The Biggest Secret, and you'd get more out of the interview with Arizona if you'd read that book. But what I'm going to do to start with is just set up a few basic background details that can allow you, if you've not...
All right, we know about the lizard.
Except one thing.
Background.
Across the millennium years is crunch time in this whole agenda, crunch time for the human race. This is the time when this network of interbreeding bloodlines wants to bring in its global fascist structure of a world government to which nation states would be administrative units.
I know, dude. Everyone is controlled opposition and friends, but pretend like Cat Dad doesn't exist, but follow him. I know. And if they're not following me, they're trying to fuck with me. Dude, that one guy, Izzy Griffin, he was shit-talking me to someone. But he won't reply to me, although he did after I caught his ass. He DM'd me back, but he was like, someone sent one of my videos to him, and he was like, don't fucking listen to that retard. Don't listen to him. He's stupid. Anyone who listens to him is a fucking retard. Over and over, he kept saying that to someone who was just like, hey, have you seen this video? And he fucking reamed him, dude. So then I DM'd him back, and I DM'd him, and I was like, hey, why are you telling, because I made a video about it, and I was like, dude, I watched this guy's videos in my stream, and I'm very supportive of him, but it's very interesting that he doesn't reciprocate. Instead, it's what I always get. Taylor Lorenz, she fights with me for 5 minutes until I start telling her that her fucking grandpa made Zyklon B and that she's a fucking Nazi and her sister is Taylor Lorenz. She blocks me. Oh, Paul Weisopel. I make a YouTube video about Paul Weisopel being Timothy McVeigh. In the first week, I get 2,500 followers, and then after that, I can only get 1 follower a week. So interesting. Who else? Oh, Tyler. I start making videos. Not even making videos. I was just sending picture comments in Tyler's chats that are pictures of him and Timothy McVeigh and Paul Weisopel all on a line. And then he blocks me on everything, Instagram and TikTok. That takes work. That means he knew that I'm knitted anus on Instagram and Cat Dad on TikTok. And he blocked both of them. I'm just saying. I don't block any of these big creators. I want to fight. I want to duke it out with them. Come on.
Of a world central bank and a world currency, a currency that...
Yeah, dude, David Icke is a time traveler. He knew this 2026 hair would be huge.
It wouldn't be cash, it would be merely electronic, for which there are fundamental implications for human freedom. And also the world army, which is designed to be NATO, expanding and expanding as it is now, of course, to become the fully fledged world army.
Dude, I'm convinced most of them don't have, like, real people that are watching them. I mean, I know that they do, but they're so botted. I would honestly be very interested to know how many actual people are, like, following these lizards.
Army world police force, and underpinning that little lot is designed to be a microchip population in which we are microchipped with our financial details, our medical details, etc., etc., and that would allow not only...
Oh, creatures, you're cleaning out a pukey car seat, dude. That's the worst. The crevices, the nooks and the crannies, the fabric. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Tagging.
I'm commiserating with you. Life is not fair, dude.
people knowing where we are all the time, it would allow the external manipulation through this electronic means of our mental and emotional processes. This will happen unless the human race wakes up and wakes up fast. And to do that, we need to understand what's really going on. And to let people know that, we've got to stop beating about the bush, stop pulling punches, stop pussyfooting around, keeping information from people,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, how will they react, and just say, this is going on, take it or leave it, make of it what you will, but this is what's going on. And some of the information you're going to hear now is quite horrific, but if we don't know about it, what can we do to stop it and to change it? I spoke to Arizona Wilder in Los Angeles, and this is what she had to say.
You haven't seen me crash out? Yeah, have I fully crashed out on a stream yet? Not really crash out, but I've cried a couple times. That's okay. I get feisty, but I'm not really like a crash outer. Although that's been wielded against me before. People have said that I am, but I don't crash out. I don't throw shit. I don't scream. I don't fucking... But yeah, Tyler, come on. Don't crash out, buddy. Don't get all Mela Luca on me. Just unblock me, dude. Jim wants to say that I'm bad faith. Although Black Death did some research and was looking at Andy Big's staff, and there's not a single James or a Jim on his staff. So, just saying. If Jim was lying to me or gave me a nickname, what a horrible way to start, right? But yeah, okay, ranting and crashing out are way different. Yeah, if ranting was crashing out, dude, we should call it the Cat Dad Crash Out Show then.
Rosanna, can we start at the beginning and can you tell us the story of what's happened in your life from the very start?
Okay, what I can tell you is that before I started looking into my life, back in 1989.
You know what? I am going to take... these motherfuckers have been trying to make me crash out for years at this point. Dude, honestly, this is totally why yoga is so important to me, is because if I didn't have that, I would have crashed out a million times by now. Dude, I was about to crash out the fucking week that I found yoga. I was literally having such a crisis. I was like, I have like 5 days left of my Adderall and they cut me off. There's no other doctor. I'm just going to have to cold turkey this. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. And then 2 days before it ran out, fucking yoga, bitch. So, Source fucking handed that to me, boys. Otherwise, we were on the crash out plan. The crash out timeline was coming. No, we try and keep it cool. But yeah, that is interesting. One of the things that was being said about me was that I was crashing out in my little intervention, which it don't sound like me. I don't know. If I haven't crashed out here yet, after all this bullshit, OOB and all this Fed shit and all these annoying ass bitches bothering me all the time. These Federuskis trying to ruin my shit. If we haven't done it yet, I don't think we will. Never say never, though.
I was starting to have flashes of things.
Yo, hey, if you like the stream, smash that like. Even if you're Paul, even if you're Tyler, or anyone who works for Paul or Tyler or Kathy Sanders. Come on, guys. It's okay to show a little love.
And my life was not what it seemed to be, which is why I started looking into it. And what I found out was that I had a lot of missing time, and a whole lot of missing time, as to what had occurred in my life.
They do want you on pharma, but they did not want me on Adderall anymore. Dude, we were cooking. I'm glad that I'm working off of my own energy now again, and like I'm rid of that, but man, sometimes I do miss the unending focus of being high on amphetamines. We were doing some good work. I still stand by all of that shit. They were like, what the fuck? He's not going into psychosis. This should be putting him in psychosis. It's actually giving him a channel directly to source. I forget, there was this one writer. Was he one of the guys from Radiolab that died? Was he, or no, he was like a contributor all the time, but he was like an old doctor or something. But he swore, he was like, dude, in my 20s, I was shooting up amphetamines all through college and all through my doctorate. He's like, I would do so many amphetamines that everything would look purple to me. And I was like, whoa, that's insane. That's cool. But he was like, but you know what? I go back and look at my work. It still stands. It's still incredible. I stand by my work too. Those Paul videos, they still work. But yeah, dude, I don't think they wanted me on that pharma. They wanted me to get all depressed or go find meth or like, yeah, do something. But yeah, they want you on pharma, but sometimes they gotta emergency take you off of the good stuff.
And when I started looking into what had happened in my life, it was the only way that at the time that I knew, was to start going to see a therapist. Within a year, I was talking about memories of being sexually abused by my father, which was part of what was supposed to happen. And I was starting to talk about mind control issues.
Jen, are you saying you miss Adderall? I don't miss it. I mean, my new favorite thing is, because when I would do Adderall, it would always be like the weekends. I'd have to like sleep all weekend, and you know, I'd always, dude, my hands were like always itchy, and like they felt like they were cramping all the time and stuff. I think definitely from the Adderall. But yeah, we had some good times, but yeah, I don't miss it, and I will never fucking take that shit again. And I'm glad that I fucking escaped it. But yeah, I look back on those times fondly, though. Staying up till 2 a.m, fucking cruising on some Paul shit. Now, we do the same exact thing, it just takes a little bit longer, but then I also don't have to crash on the weekends, which is nice. But yeah.
And
it's okay to miss it.
I was talking about ritual abuse issues at the time, and I didn't have the whole thing put together. It's taken me years, all these years, it's taken approximately almost 10 years to put this together, what has happened to me. And in the process, I have lost everything that I ever had in my life, and anything I held dear in my life. I was bred.
Oh, fuck.
Comes down through Ireland, but before that, it began in France. It was I was talking about memories of being sexually abused by my father, which was part of what was supposed to happen. And I was starting to talk about mind control issues. And
dude, I'll say this. All of these people talking about this fucking weird incest, satanic ritual abuse shit, they're all very consistent talking about mind control, that their family's doing it to them, that it's like just a normal part of the life, that they all think that they're summoning demons, all this shit, right? Crazy.
I was
I mean, it's crazy how consistent they all are. Dude, the Franklin scandal kids, they all sound the same thing, like the same exact, it's the same shit.
Talking about ritual abuse issues at the time, and I didn't have the whole thing put together. It's taken me years, all these years. It's taken approximately almost 10 years to put this together, what has happened to me. And in the process, I have lost everything that I ever had in my life, and anything I held dear in my life.
Yeah, I kind of said the mirror board becomes more true every day. I know, dude. I've also kind of slowed down on it because I think we're just right. Like, how many times do we have to fucking, like, you know, we don't have to prove it a million times. It's just fucking true at this point. That all these fucking Nazis, they're all somehow related to these goddamn fucking Zionist Khazarian mafia, Rothschild clan of cucks. They own all the businesses. There's a couple thousand of them. They loosely work together. And they don't want us to have our spark, because when we have our spark, then they can't control us. Bada bing, bada boom. But yeah, the mural board, dude, I wish I was wrong about this shit. I wish we were wrong about this stuff. I don't want to live in a world where a bunch of occult Nazis are running shit who drink baby blood. But hey, we don't get to pick the timeline, right? It's just true.
I was bred for this role that I fulfill, and it was planned from before my birth, and it was because of the bloodline of...
Oh, Jen, yeah, I don't miss when I ran out of it. I know, dude, it's like every fourth week you gotta hit up your psychiatrist or whatever, and then they're always fucking with you. And then you go to the pharmacy, they never have the right one. Then they'll give you one that literally doesn't work. You know? I don't miss that either.
My mother's family, which comes down through Ireland, but before that, it began in France. It was through the Marquis de Stack, which he came to Ireland and changed the name to Stack. And then I was chosen. And the birth was planned, my parents were forced to move down to this area for the reason that the High Council is down here, which is, there are 6 councils of 13 in this country, and the High Council...
Logan, why would I think you're a Fed? What have you said that's Feddy? What'd you do? I don't think you're a Fed.
Is down here.
We're talking the United States?
The United States, yes. And so from the time that I was a baby, I was being abused and traumatized, and on purpose, for the mind control that they need someone to go through to do whatever they say, to be as just a puppet in that they can control every move. And you don't remember. I didn't remember a lot of things, because I have, as a result of all of this mind control, split off many parts that all hold memories, hold feelings, hold programs, hold information.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. The Epstein files, dude, their aversion to release the Epstein files tells us everything. And it's not just pedophilia, dude. It's way worse. It's all of the weird shit that we've been saying. Like, I don't need to see the evidence. We know that's what they're doing, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the tea. I love the goss. I love putting the connections together and being like, told ya. But at a certain point, too, though, it's like, how much more do people need to see? What the fuck else do you need to see? I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to go. I feel like I'm just biding time. I'm ready to fucking spring. I'm ready to get sprung, dude. Put me in, coach. Let's get wild and weird. I'm so ready for this summer, dude.
And I've been working very hard to pull all of that up. And
this endless fucking winter, dude, this snow is not gonna melt for like 2 months. I'm so worried for my outside kitties. We haven't had a sustained cold winter in New York in fucking 12 years. These lizard fucks, they are making me worry about my cats. It's just an ice skating rink out back. Everywhere, dude. And now all of the sidewalks that weren't shoveled are all just 3 inches of fucking ice. These criminals. It's honestly safer to be riding my bike right now than to be walking. Break my ankle on that shit. But yeah, dude, for like another 10 days, it's still not going to get above freezing. What is this? They're trying to ice us out. You can't tell me that this cold-ass winter, this delayed cold... Like, also, that's the other thing. After the new year, I'm sorry, winter's over and it needs to start warming up. This shit is for, like, December 23rd until New Year's. The fuck is... The end of January? No. Right now, we're not even close to being on track for April showers bringing May flowers. It's going to be July flowers. Dude, last year in June, when I saw Dave Matthews, it was like 30 fucking degrees then. This endless winter. But seriously, I think they're trying to ice us out because they know that we're ready to go. I'm ready to rock.
It's been a long, slow process for me because there don't seem to be a lot of people in the field that I only felt was the only way I could go was psychiatric and psychological. They don't seem to know what is really going on, and I believe that a lot of them are afraid of being sued should they suggest something, and so they cannot lead or suggest, and it's been a process of me having to trigger myself to remember and be around people that can help me with that can't really be touched by False Memory Syndrome Foundation.
So what happened? You say you were abused as a child as part of this compartmentalizing of your mind. What went on after that as you got older?
Well, they start with wanting to make you an obedient slave at first, and so they do a lot of sensory deprivation, they do a lot of sensory overload, and they switch between the two, and they do out-and-out torture. They take a small child and they electroshock. In my case, it was electroshock to the brain, and they would take away my chance to sleep. They kept me awake for many hours at night, would not let me sleep, and I was also told things as this was before the age of 5. I was told things such as, they would make me drink water, and they would say, if you pass urine, you're going to have to drink it, and they would make me drink it. And if you...
What do you mean, if you're gonna pass urine? What is the other option? Not?
If you have bowel movement, you're going to have to eat the feces, which is also what happened to me. And
dude, everything they do is sick and depraved. Then
they would play. There was a programmer that was programming me, a very infamous person in history who actually has been in this country, and he was known as Dr. Green. Who he actually was Dr. Mengele.
Bro, They're so consistent. Mengele lived, dude. Mengele did all of this weird MK Ultra shit. And then, you know what else he went on to do? He did the anthrax bomb packages after 9/11. The week after 9/11, remember when we all got anthrax scares? You know who did that? Mengele. He was living in New Jersey, bro. With Tony Soprano. He looked like Tony Soprano too, fat fuck. Bro, he literally looked like Pussy. Like Big Puss from Sopranos. He looked like Vito. He looked like Bobby, dude. He fucking loved America.
From Joseph Mengele from the concentration camps in Germany, and he was kept, or he stayed a lot at China Lake Naval Weapons Station out here in Southern California, in the desert area. And I would be around this man a lot, and he used to tell me that the scar that he had on the left cheek of his face was actually from, he was into fencing, and that it was from that, but actually the scar on his cheek was from one of his own programming techniques, that he would put a child in a box and with a sword and tell the child to defend the box, even if it meant his own death. Then he'd tell another child to break into the box, and which this child would do, and then the other child would then jump out of the box and shove the sword or the lance straight through the other child. And at one point he got into it where this child actually got him in the face with the sword. And he would wear a huge emerald ring on his left hand on this middle finger, and he would twist this emerald around and for programming, and he was into using long-colored ribbons of different colors, and you had to choose a certain ribbon.
Yeah, Don Vito from Viva La Bam. Dude, he was Phil Margera size too.
Or you were given a certain ribbon, and that meant that this certain thing was going to happen to you. And it was like picking sticks out or drawing.
Dude, Phil Margera is still alive, right? I hope so. Dude, honestly, him and Phil and April are like the best parents ever. I love them.
Sticks out of out of someone's hand. I saw games of Russian roulette played where it was chosen beforehand that a child would die, and the child would put the gun up to his head and pull the trigger, and this child would end up dying. But it was meant to scare all of us, keep us in terror, as there were many other children that were around me.
How many kids do they got that they can just do willy-nilly fucking Russian roulette whenever they got to scare a kid? Right? Isn't this crazy?
I went through the same thing. I have run into...
Yeah, MK Ultra is 100% from Germany. Dude, all this bullshit is Germany.
People from my childhood that have known me, and I've recognized their names, and even if they change their names and change their hair color, as I have done, they have recognized me, or I have recognized them, and I know their name. They know my name. There's
Tone, I don't think the anthrax is such a good idea.
there isn't any way for this to have happened. It's just beyond coincidence. And when you get older, I mean, they start taking, this programmer in particular, Mengele, would take me to rituals. I went to rituals with him all over this country and in Britain and in France, and it was known by intelligence agencies in this country that this man was here. They brought him here.
Is that Project Paperclip you're talking about?
Yeah. Through the OSS. And
Alan Dulles' very own OSS, dude.
My family, or my so-called family, are all DID. They have not... they are very well programmed, and they have not sought help. They have not gone in and tried to figure out what's happened. They believe they've had this certain kind of life that they've had, and as far as they are concerned, I am crazy. And they have much different memories of what I have, and I was always told certain things by my parents that my sisters were never told. And biologically, I have to add at this point that my mother is my mother. I am not biologically related to my father. And this has to do with the bloodlines, and his was considered impure. And this is all about purity of the bloodline. And that is why I am involved in this. There are people that are involved in this that it is not so much because of bloodline, but they have the ability to dissociate and be used as slaves by these people.
You say that you come from a certain bloodline, and there is this obsession with bloodlines that this Brotherhood Illuminati have. Why is that?
Because what first started coming out was about the Aryans, and the purity of the blood. And what it's all about is that the blood and the menstrual blood contains something that is important for the propagation of this.
Dude, I heard that Japan was like, that this was kind of done to Japan a while ago, and that, because you said, I wonder if the Japanese torture camps were connected to the Nazis in any way. I think so, dude. I think that Japan was kind of like colonized in like the late 1800s too. Like, I think that all of these rat fucks from like, because where did all those Jesuits come from? Probably Germany, I bet. All those fucking cucks that came to Japan to like spread the Christian shit. They probably came from Germany. But yeah, I heard that there was like a whole different group. There was like a different indigenous population on Japan that kind of got wiped out by a different, I don't know if they're indigenous or they came from somewhere else. But I'm pretty sure that Japan used to be, what was the story, that there was like giants there? Like a bunch of tall people? Yeah, Japan was on the Nazi side too. I think it probably was like a secret colony of these Zionists somehow. Because, dude, look at, I mean, Japan is still like America's #1 ally. They still have a lot of problems. They did a lot of fucked up shit. They still are used to like start shit with Koreans and China all the time. Like, they just kind of work for America. They're like the Israel of of Asia.
Race that is controlling things on this planet. And
I'm pretty sure they have a weird thing about pedophilia. And by weird thing, I mean that a lot of them are pedophiles.
There, these people that are in the organization that the Council of 13 is under, and they have something called the Grand Druid Council or the Octagon, they're called the Illuminati. And the Illuminati are actually run by these 13 bloodlines, which are all of the royal families in Europe and in England. And they need the blood because they are, in fact, not human. They take human shape. They are reptilians. And they need the blood. The blood helps them maintain their reptilian shape, and it helps them maintain their sanity, and it helps them to live in this world because they are not from this world.
Does that relate to what the Nazis call vril power and what the Hindus call the serpent power in the blood?
Yes, the blood has something. It has something in it. It has secretions from the pituitary gland and from the pineal gland, and it has a very strong drug in it that they also. I mean, this is the one that keeps them from going crazy.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? Eternally bumping. I feel like Japanese thought that they were like the Aryans of Asia. And dude, there's no way that there's a coincidence with that, right? I feel like the timing and it's like very similar to, you know, Manifest Destiny. These motherfuckers just spread out, bro.
Crazy. And it's like heroin or like endorphins, and it's much stronger. But what they need is, for it to be secreted in the blood, is they need terrorization of their victims before they are killed for their blood. Or if a young woman is beginning to menstruate, they need the menstrual blood. And they have to terrorize them to get this to come out in the blood and be secreted.
Yeah, dude, David Icke was cute as fuck.
In the blood.
Is this the what other people have told me about, that at the point of great terror, like the point of sacrifice, there's an adrenaline that enters the bloodstream? Is this what they're looking for?
Yes, that and this other element comes and secretes out through the blood. This all comes out through the blood at that time, and it's at that point they are actually staring into the eyes of the head of at some of these rituals, or at a reptilian. They are staring into the eyes of this person, and they're held. It's a hypnotic gaze these reptilians have, and it holds the victim in.
Yeah, dude, Man in the High Castle is just the truth. What if the Nazis won? Okay, well, that's the timeline we live in. I love that show.
An absolute trance, and a trance of terror. And then they are killed at that moment as they are staring into their eyes. And not only do they can't hold their shape when this happens. The human shape they cannot hold. They go back into reptilian shape as this is happening, because it's like an animalistic type of.
And even if the reptilian like shapeshifter thing isn't real, this to me is like I feel like what they might tell a child, right? To scare them and shit, when really it's just more mundane, and it's like, you know, it's just like, oh no, it's just, this is magic, we're doing dark magic and we're feeding off of your blood. But if you want to scare a kid and keep them in perpetual fear. But I'm also fine with the reptilians. I think the reptilian shit scares some people, but I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I want people to, not discredit her because she's talking about reptilians. Because she shouldn't be discredited. She's talking about all this shit the same way they all do, bro. They're all so fucking consistent. They all have a meeting together. They all get their stories fucking straight. You know what I mean? Like, who's making this shit up? Who's actively seeking out David Icke to be like, yeah, I was molested by my reptilian parents?
Of excitement of the kill.
Yeah, reptilian shapeshifters is akin to the Nephilim in the Bible. Watcher race. Yeah. I'm open to all of it. I just don't know. I just don't know what the, straight answer is. I like being like, it could be this, or this, I feel like everybody, or not everybody, but a lot of people seek or feel comfort from being like, no, this is exactly the way the world works. I know it's like this. But I think it's easier to just be like, yeah, a lot of this shit's possible. I don't know anything. We'll see which one's right when we get there. But you don't need to limit yourself, Reptilians, for fucking sure reptilians can be real. Dragons can be real. Don't listen to these fucking naysaying Nellies, all these capitalists who don't want you to have your spark. Don't listen to them. They think people should work in square boxes and drive in little square cars and never hang out with each other. Don't listen to them. They don't know shit.
And they oftentimes they can't. They will just rip into the victim and eviscerate them and start eating the flesh of.
Yeah, the world's not black and white. There's so many possibilities.
This person too, and the fat from the intestinal area is highly valued, as they use it on their skin. And they will drink the blood, and the blood is highly sought after, and it goes according also to rank within these creatures as to who gets what when. And their sacrifices have increased in the last. It started increasing in the early 80s. The amount that they were doing is increased. And they use a lot of druidic holidays to do this, but they have other days too. They've mixed all of these satanic and what are called satanic holidays and druidic holidays, and in order to have these rituals, which ritual seems to be important to them, but they also use it in order to drink this blood. They seem to need more.
Have you any idea why it's increased?
Yeah, all that I know for sure, I don't care if they're reptilian, Freemason, fucking Nephilim aliens. All I know for sure is they be eating and fucking children. For sure. So, whatever they are, they gotta stop. They done. It's over, boys. You've had... I mean, how long has this shit been going on, bro? They literally... I can't believe they gave us the internet. The internet was always going to be their downfall. Like, dude, people just couldn't talk this fast. Even though they're controlling the fuck out of it, right? We're still able to communicate unlike any other generation ever. It's kind of awesome. But... yeah, what are they thinking, bro? There's no world where they continue getting away with this shit and the internet survives. Even the cucked internet we have. There's too much. You can still talk with people.
Since the ages.
So there are changes going on in the earth. It seems they're not able to hold their shape like they once were able to, and people see them shapeshift more and more, and they need the blood to try and maintain it, to try and maintain their human form. I believe there's a time coming.
I couldn't care less. That's the thing. I don't give a fuck if they are reptilian, because I think at the end of the day, my problem is that they're acting like reptiles. You got to act like people if you want to be on the people planet. I'm sorry. And that means you can't eat our kids. You can't fucking do weird shit to us. You can't lock us in your basements. You can't force us to work forever. Like, but yeah, he said, I couldn't care less if they're reptilians, but they can't be acting all crazy like this.
Because of what I've been told, when they are not going to bother having to hold that human shape as they had to before, and they want that time to come. It's almost upon us.
They had to give us the internet because it was the precursor to AI. Without AI, their plans don't work. True, but they can't Rehoboam us forever. This is why they had to cancel Westworld, is because we were all going to be like, oh, Rehoboam is just what they're doing. Oh, they're doing Rehoboam to us. They're controlling all of us by, reading our profile and then deciding whether or not we're capable of succeeding to go along with their plan.
So when you're talking about the fact that the veil is lifting on these reptilians so that people can see them far more easily and far more often, does this relate in any way to the fact that there is this desire to bring in this rigid structure, including microchipping and many other things, across the year 2000, which has become known as the New World Order? Is that coming in because it is known that the people are going to see what the game is and there has to be control of the people at that time?
Yes, it's very connected. I started talking about the New World Order back in 1990, and I was very psychological.
That's why people, dude, if there are Draco bloodlines or whatever, and this really has to do with reptilians, people for the last year and a half have been like, I think that I might have reptilian blood. What does that mean? I'm not allowed? Like, no, dude, you're not a reptile. You act normal. We are not the problem. And yeah, if a zebra was acting like a reptilian drinking all of our blood, I would have a problem with that zebra. But not all zebras. If we got a vampiric elephant, we got to take that elephant out. I'm sorry. No vampires. I'm fine with all the other kooky, crazy shit. We don't need vampires, bro. If you're acting like a vampire, reptilian, you're not invited to the group anymore. Sorry. But you can be a reptilian and act like a person. You just got to act normal. Just be chill. But they don't want to be chill. They want to be crazy. Yeah, it's the behavior.
And physically affected so much by what was coming out. I wasn't watching television. I was not aware that...
Hey, how many of you guys think that you've banged a reptilian? Right? Thinking about your past now. Right?
certain individuals in this country, George Bush, were talking about the New World Order. I was talking about it because that is what was coming out, and knowing that the first time that inside of myself that I'd heard it was in conjunction with the Nazis, and that came from Mengele. And I started realizing that there was something going on, and then it scared me. And I didn't really look into it for years, but I was being harassed constantly. I was being told. At one point, I had someone telling me that I was being, and who was ex-Army intelligence.
Yeah, I think SS David Icke is here. He was earlier.
Ex-CIA, telling me that I was...
None of my exes were human. My buddy Ian had this hilarious line in one of our rap songs from like when we were in college, and it's always in the back of my head because I always thought it was so fucking funny. He said this before he had any wives. The line was, "Wives 1 through 4 will all be bitches." But now it should be changed to, "Wives 1 through 4 will all be lizards." It's true, dude. That's so funny. Poor Black Death. It's okay, buddy. You're going to have a human girlfriend one of these times. I promise you. Just statistics-wise, you should. You should get one soon.
Being monitored by the National Security Agency, and I didn't have the whole story then, so I did not totally understand.
Wait, sorry. I think demon and reptile are different. Sorry, everyone's talking about too much interesting stuff. Demon and reptile, well, yeah, sure, maybe. I think that demon and reptile is still, it's like the same group of people, though, that we're talking about. It's describing the same behaviors, right? Characteristics. I don't know what they are. I think that they could be, they could be like being possessed by some fucking fifth dimensional entity. Honestly, dude, part of me is like, I fluctuate between like there being an actual like alien intelligence in the fifth dimension that is nefariously controlling us, and then I bounce back to, is it all just like a metaphor that's for an egregore that's in our head, that these thought forms that, like, if a bunch of us think greedily, if we think isolationist and, you know, the way the capitalists want us to think, right? Just think about yourself only ever, forever and ever and ever. Like, do these things just kind of pop up in our lives like this? Like, is this just the inevitability of being like an alienated and stuff, that you start possessing these demonic fucking characteristics and shit? You know what I mean? Are there literal vampires? Possibly. Or are they just energetic vampires? Maybe. Could be all of them. Or a mix. Or none of them. But Agneta, all your exes were human? Damn. Nice. Lucky. But yeah, they need to get the fuck off our planet, no matter what they are, if they want to keep acting the way they are.
And why this was happening, but yet I was being followed by cars or vans that said G12, G14, and in this last year, which has really been very hard, I've been followed by G41 vans, and I had to find out what those were, and that is naval intelligence. But this whole thing is going towards around the year 2000, and when they are going to establish themselves openly as a new world order, and it's headed toward that, and that's what everything is being prepared to or prepared for. And I have actually got I've got a sleeping program right now to return, because I've left, but to return for that time, and it's
Bro, I can't believe that the vampire reptilian lizards, that this was their planet first. Well, no matter what, we are of this planet. Like, we are the planet. So if they came here, they don't belong here. We literally came from here. We are from the fucking dirt. These reptilians, no way. So even if they were here first, dude, they ain't like us. We got that Gaia heartbeat. They don't even have a heartbeat. They're vampires. They're dead.
called End Times Programming or Janus Programming.
And Janus relates back to Nimrod of Babylon.
Yeah, there is a group that used to be in contact with me all the time. And they stopped trying simply because I didn't obey them. They would be in contact with me all the time. They're called Janus, which is also the two-headed Roman god of change. And their headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium, in the NATO building. And they are a group of psychiatrists and doctors who are into mind control. And they are one of the many groups involved with the Illuminati. And they would contact me and tell me, give me directions that I was to psychically kill this person or psychically...
Juanita, you bopped a lizard too? Bro, haven't we all?
injure this person or scare this person. They'd give me the location. And I started questioning this, and I had a contact who since has seemed to have disappeared because she couldn't get the funding, and I had called her about this group, and she's the one that...
Dude, exactly, Barry. No chance it was their planet first. They're like the Israelis of interdimensional travel.
That was the ex-CIA, ex-Army intelligence person, and she knew about these people, and she said, yes, you're right. This is what is going on.
Your experience being brought up in this Illuminati environment, were you ever told anything about where these reptilians came from, and what is the history of it all?
Here we go.
I was made to learn through Mothers of Darkness, which is a certain aspect of the organization, because that was an early part of my training, the history of what was the Illuminati on this planet. And what I learned was that the Aryans originally were from Mars, and the reptilians came to that planet to they came from another place. They came to that planet. They came to rule because they wanted to mix, so they said, with that race, and but they became the overlords. And
yeah, don't you want to join a group called the Mothers of Darkness? This is literally what we were just talking about.
Martians or Aryans were seeking to escape from it. They went to the moon and then were there attacked. And they then went to Earth and established culture here on Earth approximately 6,000 years ago. And at that point in time, they were doing well, and they were mixing with the indigenous population of this earth. They were getting along with. And then about 4,000 years ago, the reptilians arrived here and again began to take over. And they instilled themselves in different places underground in the earth, and also this one part of them, the ruling part, took over and became involved in the politics.
Yeah, what are they talking about? 6,000 years ago. Our ancestors were here 10 million years ago. We are the earth, bitch. I'm not saying she's a bee. I'm just saying out, to the lizards, they're the bitch.
And
the Illuminati, whoever's spreading this bullshit.
In the religion, and started controlling through these means at that point in time, and using the gods and deities that were believed in.
Oh, that's right, dude. I forgot. Dude, we've been saying, how long have we been saying that QAnon is Michael Flynn and Steve Bannon? I forget. The Epstein files yesterday basically confirmed that 4chan and Reddit and QAnon are all just like right-wing fucking propaganda wings. Now that yesterday's files finally confirmed that half of QAnon was cuck BS, sometimes I feel the same about Illuminati. Some of it's real, some of it's deliberately untrue with an agenda. Honestly, dude, part of me, like I said, I flip-flop, right? From the fantastical, mythical, Nephilim, alien, weirdo giants came down when we had dragons flying around, and then, they had us mining gold or whatever, and then they had their cuck brothers come and keep tabs on us for the next few thousand years or whatever. But then sometimes I'm like, okay, what if none of the none of the crazy, like, magical alien shit is real, and what if it's metaphor or allegory? Like, the saying that we're from Mars thing could also be taken as, like, Mars is like the war planet, right? Mars was like all about war and conquering and all that shit, right? So what if it's just like an allegory, like, I think a lot too, like these Greek gods and stuff, instead of having one god, like all these gods were basically just like, to me, they feel like stories of different aspects of people, right? It's like how we have personality tests, or we did the BuzzFeed era, right? And you can figure out which personality you are. Well, instead of personality tests, it would be like a deity test. And, it's like, oh, this deity's like kooky and fun and weird, and this one is the deity for profundity and nature and having children and fertility or whatever the fuck, So I think it's just like all these different deities are kind of describing different types of people and different, But yeah, so I flip-flop. Because I know that what she's talking about is real, but then I want to make sense of some of the other stuff too. If, because it could work in both ways. Two things can be true. It can be weird reptilians or whatever, or it can be metaphorical language. Because, yeah, half the time when I'm reading through, like, old texts and stuff or whatever, I'm like, are they talking about fucking aliens? Like, alien spacecraft? Or is this, like, a light that they're visualizing in their head, Are they talking about literal giants or what? Because I do think that a lot of it is true in some way. So it's just a matter of literal or metaphor. And I like everything, right? It's both. It's metaphor till you realize it's fucking literal. But yeah, we're definitely in Plato's cave.
On this planet.
We're in Plato's cave reading Goodnight Moon with Elvis and Timothy McVeigh.
Started infiltrating into that and becoming that. And things started, blood rituals started happening. And since that time, that is the way that it has been. And presently, they claim to come from a Merovingian bloodline. They are all of there are 13 bloodlines in Europe that all of what are called royalty are developed from or come from. And they include the Aryans in this, and there's been a big push in this century For example, when Nazis came.
And yeah, sometimes I think that the metaphorical aspect, because dude, think about it too. These mystery schools were basically hiding information in story. Like, I think that is part of why, you know, like, even the deities and stuff, like, I think that that's kind of like, it's how you tell stories. You relate it to yourself, right? We don't know anything else but people, so I feel like when you're trying to explain these big, heady things, like, about emotions and the field or whatever, you would kind of use people as a stand-in, right? I'm more on the metaphorical side, stories to explain things, exaggerated descriptions, contorted and misunderstood and mistold throughout time. And yeah, sometimes I think that, like, it's exaggerated to sound too crazy so that you miss the allegory. Because either way, it doesn't matter. Like, I feel like we have a consciousness base where we can read it allegorically and metaphorically until we realize, oh, it possibly actually is just kind of legit true. Because I still think that even the allegorical version of it works. Like, I feel like all of these histories and stuff throughout time are warning us about how we behave, where you can, like, we want, like look at the this technocracy shit, right? It's all just material shit and no spirit, no soul. No one's asking, is this right to do? Is it right to have fucking AI take everything over without talking to everyone? You know, we're literally just doing materialist technocracy and we have no soul. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I think that they'll literalize some of the metaphors and stuff to make it sound too crazy for people to understand.
Into power, the fascists, talking about the purity of being pure and staying, the Aryan bloodline staying pure, and what it actually is all about is keeping the blue-eyed, blonde or light red-haired people, the bloodline's pure because it is more powerful. And what is in that blood for these reptilians is more powerful, and they need that. And when you start mixing it with people that were indigenous to this earth, then it is not as powerful. It has nothing to do with someone's skin color or nationality. It has to do with keeping the bloodline pure for their use.
So blonde-haired, blue-eyed people are the purest from the reptilians' point of view, and that they want to keep that bloodline pure because of how they need to use it.
Yes. When I realized that it had to do with blonde hair and blue eyes, I could not do anything about my eyes, and I am not able to wear contacts or I would have brown eyes. But one thing I did do was cut my hair off because that was part of the...
Wait, is it already the full moon again? Oh, tomorrow? Jesus, Christmas.
The rank I was, my hair was down to my knees, and I colored my hair darker. And there were times...
oh, it's tonight.
When after I did cut it off, they had gotten to me, and so the hair would be light red, but that is being in compliance with them. And I did not want to be in compliance to them. I want to expose them, and this is part of it, and I won't be what they want me to be.
When you look at some of the ancient accounts, like the Sumerian texts and many other accounts, they talk about the gods interbreeding with humanity. Is this relevant to the reptilian way of infiltrating the human race?
Yes, it is, because human beings all through the ages have accepted gods interbreeding or being accepted as humans, and that shows in Christianity, it shows in Judaism. It also, they have used Egyptology or the Egyptian religions a lot, and the present head of the Illuminati compares himself a lot with the Egyptian god Osiris and Horus, which is Osiris reborn, and also with the
Yo, there's 69 boys in the chat. There better be 69 likes.
Arthurian legends of the Round Table, and he has a name. The name that he carries from that is Pindar, which actually means phallus of the dragon, and the other name Osiris he has carried because he takes the name at this time, the Marquis de Libero, which means the liberator of or from the waters. And the story of Osiris is that he was cut into 14 pieces and thrown into the River Nile. And the one piece, Isis found the pieces and put them back together again. And she could not find the 15th piece, which happened to be the phallus, so a gold phallus was made. And this is very important in this group, the Illuminati.
Dude. Those from history would describe us today as technological sorcerers, and that we are enslaved by our very own demons that we have created. I mean, dude, these computers and shit are literally talking magic rocks. This is sorcery. What's going on here?
This is important, and it's important to think that about the head of the Illuminati, because what comes from a golden phallus would be a superior seed for a race, and this is how this is what they are doing with all of these bloodlines to keep the bloodlines going, are impregnating Aryan people of Aryan blood that hold high stations with them, impregnating them with this seed of Pindar. And therefore it's important to keep this history in mind and the names in mind that he is going by at this time.
So would it be correct to say that the reptilians came to this planet because the Aryan Martians came to this planet, and if the Aryan Martians gone somewhere else, they'd have followed them there?
They would have pursued them all over the universe, yes.
Can we now go into some specifics about your own experiences? What were you brought up to do? You say that you were identified as a bloodline before you were...
Also, you want to know, comparing David Icke to fucking Lisa Voldang? You see how David Icke lets her speak? That's a good first step. Also, do you see how David Icke, his job is to ask curious questions about her experience, because to her it's all old hat, right? She lived it. Half the time, people, the thing that people want to hear, a lot of people are like, oh, no one wants to hear me talk about that, So his job is to ask questions and invite conversation and then shut the fuck up. Lisa Voldang, on the other hand, she's out here to fucking tell Sasha Riley to do whatever the fuck she wants him to do. I don't think you should talk to survivors. I think you should send me all your files. I don't think you should speak to other publications. I think I'm going to sit on this for about 6 months. Like...
Born. What was the role that you were brought through to play?
The role that I was brought through to play was as in the Illuminati was as a goddess. Specifically, the address is Mother Goddess.
And he's like, so it was Trump's ring. So Trump was running the Illuminati Nazi vampire cult?
Starfire. And the Starfire goes back to the blood in the menstrual blood, what is contained in that. And the address, the way that I was addressed was Mother Goddess. There are only 3 Mother Goddesses.
Oh yeah, he could be both for sure. I'm just saying that as an interviewer, Lisa Voldang, if she is a Fed, like I think she is, she should hone her interviewing skills a little better so that it's less obvious that she's a Fed. Because if David Icke's a Fed, he's a good one. He's a very curious little busy bee. He's pretty consistent. Lisa Voldang's going to be consistent on protecting the Clintons for sure, but I don't know about everything.
There can only be 3 at a time on this planet, and there is a male equivalent of which there can be only 3 of them.
Why mind control someone to conduct these rituals?
Because how the fuck else are you going to get anyone to do this? This shit's all fucking weird. These people are weird.
Like yourself, why don't these reptilians just conduct their own rituals?
They don't seem to have the psychic abilities, and they look for people that have that and people in the bloodline that have that. And I have had that. I've had a tremendous amount of psychic ability, and so I was picked and bred from before birth, and this is also something that other survivors that have been in high positions have known about me and told me.
What's the connection then between you having psychic abilities, those being recognized from the start, and you being brought through to conduct their major rituals?
What are the starfire things? The starfire things are off.
Well, it's kind of twofold. First of all, they needed the psychic abilities because they control or attempt to control events, because I would have the ability to foretell what was going to happen, and they needed the information to just try to control it to an outcome that was good for them. The second thing is that during the rituals, you had to have psychic ability. You have to be very powerful in that way to call out the old ones that are also reptilian, that come from another dimension. They actually they materialize from out of another dimension and are present at rituals, and they are so powerful, and their presence is there's such an evilness about them, and they want out of this other dimension. And they can't. They have to be called out by someone who has that power, and the reptilians don't have this power. That's very important. That they don't have this power to call out these old ones that have to do with them. And
dude, they're such cucks, and they're so jealous of us. It's so embarrassing.
What is it that humans have that the reptilians don't have, that means they don't have the power to connect interdimensionally, and some humans do?
We got that spirit. We got that soul. We are the connection between the above and the below, bitch.
We have the ability to foresee, to be able to become vibrationally higher, and see into those levels, go into those levels, and in fact, agencies use this. They call it remote viewing. Humans have the ability to go into the past, to go into the future, to go to other places, to astrally leave their body, astrally.
Kendrick just won the Grammy for Best Rap Album. Black Deathicus shit wasn't even nominated.
And to see things that we've always had this ability, and it's like having the third eye, which they don't have. They don't have this ability. So during a ritual, these old ones are called out, and they are what Christianity would have called the demons. They are called out, and there is a circle that has a hexagon in there, which is a powerful occultic symbol. And
I think Riley just deleted his TikTok.
Then there is a pentagram, and then there, in the middle of that, there is a triangle. And if you're the one calling them out, then you stand in the triangle so that you're not devoured or taken by these creatures that come out.
That creates an energy field around you, which they
Right.
can't penetrate.
They can't penetrate it, and they cannot get outside the pentagram. And they want out. They're always demanding to be let out. And so you have to be very powerful to keep them in line and to make them go back when it is time for them to go back.
Why do the reptilians want to manifest these quote demons at the rituals?
It brings power to the rituals. It brings power to them. They are told things by these entities, and they are encouraged to go on with what they're doing, and knowledge is imparted to them through these entities. But it takes a person with the ability to bring them out and make them answer, because they don't want to cooperate. They have to cooperate when the right person has control over them.
And that's to do with that person's energy and ability to use
Right, yes.
Candace's latest tweet is talking about Nimrod and the Canaanites. Oh shit, it's getting biblical, boys.
You talked about the Aryan race coming from Mars. One expression of it seems to be very clearly what we call the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians had two deities, St. George, which became a British deity, who defeated the dragon, which seems incredibly symbolic, and also St. Michael, who, according to the legend, banished Satan.
I know. How are all these evil beings and reptiles so weak? How are they controlling everything if they suck so bad they can't even go where they want? Dude, I think that's why I think that as people, we really cuck ourselves to hierarchy for some reason. They know that. And also, we don't assume that people are all nefarious fucking scam artists. We should. But I think that they know that we can be programmed easily. Their whole thing is just deception. And it works because we just accept it. It is a bummer. They are weaker than us. They are not cool like us. They're jealous of us. Candace Omens.
This negative force into the abyss.
Blandest Owens. Oh, shit. But yeah, they built this nightmare. I think it's just like their advantage is that they all know they're working together and they're gaslighting the fuck out of us, right? And then they have all the money from all the taking advantage of and gaslighting us. 76 watching and only 36 likes, dude. Damn. Paul's got a lot of accounts in here today.
Symbolism of the abyss, anything to do with the fact that these reptilian demons of another dimension are somehow locked in a time-space prison, and they can't get out. They can only get out when they're brought out in that way.
Yes, they want out of that dimension.
And yeah, they have all of the accumulated knowledge that they're hiding from us. Yeah, they've accumulated knowledge by biding their time. Like how alligators and sharks have stayed the same because they occupy a low vibration oppressively. Ooh.
They have been thrown into that dimension, and they can't leave that dimension. And that's actually what the abyss is about, is being in a different dimension. It's like something to do with the fourth dimension. And before I even knew, for example, what I was saying, or I realized what I was saying, I would be saying things
yeah, all we have to do is shift the collective frequency. And honestly, dude, I don't really think it's that monumental of a task. I think we're already well on our way of doing that. Like, dude, it's got to be a fragile system if, like, they literally can't have, like, one of us with any sense speak to the masses. You know what I mean? Like, they work so hard to keep anyone that isn't on their payroll from being heard. Which to me indicates that if we're ever heard, they're fucked. You know what I mean? Like, I do think that ideas are like viruses. They worm into people's brains, and they know that. I think it's all more of a house of cards. And that I think we're on the fucking cusp of collapsing that shit. Because, dude, we're going to reach a tipping point. At a certain point, everyone's going to be like, I think all of this is bullshit. Just like all of us did.
My therapist and other survivors that the fourth dimension was a dimension to stay away from. Not at that time understanding the whole thing.
Why do these rituals take place at certain key times of the year and so often are related to the phases of the
harmonics, frequency?
Moon.
Because the moon has
yeah, exactly. They do so much, and yet here we are, boys. Exactly, Inky.
influence on this planet. And also the sun. These also take place during different things that go on with the sun. But the moon it's kind of a really very cyclical thing with the moon. And it takes place on full moons, new moons. It has to do with the current religion, or that they're using, the Druid religion that they've taken and used. They still hold on to the Egyptology type of religion. They hold on to the Druidism, though, and they're currently calling themselves Druidic or Druid. And Druidism is tied in with the cycles of the moon, on which it has to do with planting, sowing, and harvesting. And there are so many days that they can use from this to their own purpose and their own end that they bring it about.
I don't think it takes 51% of the population to do collective conscious shit. I think it takes a very strong minority to start shifting it. A bunch of people firm in their beliefs, not willing to bend or bow or fucking break for these cucks. You know what I mean? It's what we're training everyone to do. Take their lies and fucking tell them to shove them. Learn to read through their bullshit. But yeah, I mean, it's still going to take time. At this point, banking is consenting, buying poisoned groceries and fast foods consenting, agreeing with that your life is exchangeable for money is consenting. Yeah. Knowing all this, still banking and going to work, living the cuck life they designed for us isn't changing things. But I think we're going to reach a mass where it's safe for many more people to break away from the system. We're getting there. It's all happening. I'm convinced. We're not losing this. And it is going to change in our lives. Otherwise, fucking, what's the point? What was all this for? Right? We gotta be on our... We gotta be part of some fucking plan. Or at least we're going to tell ourselves we are until we collapse their shit, right? All it takes is one of us on a diet of real food for a month.
There's a lot of ritualization with Druidism, and they love ritualization.
But yeah, I mean, that's also true. Like, I've stopped eating out. Like, you do as much as you can, right? Like, I don't really buy anything. I don't really fucking... I try and make... I gotta eat, so I am getting food from grocery stores, but I'm been real good about not ordering out and shit. But everyone, I'm sure everyone's doing their part. We all just need to keep hammering down, learn to live with less of their shit. But yeah, I'm convinced it's happening. I know it's slow. It's annoying how slow it is. But I think we're consistently like 2 years ahead of everyone else, so I'm trying to be patient. Oh yeah, fast. I fast every day. I've been fasting. I usually fast until after stream. This summer I'm going to get into more longer fast, but I think that day fast is best for me because I do think I go to yoga a lot, and when I have done like 3 days, and by the second, third day of yoga, it's like I feel shaky and weird. But I do think that eating 3 meals a day is a fucking program that they fed us. I like feeling like empty and ready to receive information during the day. And now that I do it, like there'll be times where I'll like want a little treat or whatever, or sometimes on Fridays or whatever, I'll go get like a couple slices of pizza and eat them in the afternoon, and then immediately I fall asleep. It's like whenever I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a nap today, actually, I go, okay, I'm going to go get some pizza, because then I immediately fall asleep. But yeah, I mean, I think everyone should be doing as much as they can. I think too, yoga for me is like part of me rewiring my body and energetically protecting myself, and you know, so yeah, compared to like 2 years ago, you know, where it's fully tapped in. We just keep making moves and doing as much as we can. But it's happening. And honestly, I think the bigger battle first is up here. Cuz too, all of the shit that I started changing about my life came from me like understanding this stuff. Like I never really ate healthy and shit, but now I understand how important it is because of how much they feed us bad food and shit, right? And like everything kind of spirals from that. Then I think once people get their head right, then we can start making actual moves. But yeah, in the meantime, we all just got to keep doing as much as we can.
So take us through one of these rituals that you conducted at the highest level of it.
You hate clones and you're not even a cloner? You know who is a cloner?
I'm a cloner. 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 I'm a cloner.
Me too. Fuck no, I'm not. I mean, maybe. Sometimes I think all white people might be cloners. I feel like we can manifest our foreskin back. Dude, I'm trying. But yeah, honestly, it's... Thanks, Sherlock. I don't need congratulations, but I think that it's like I love living this way so much better than the way I used to be, scrambling around and, you know, confused about everything. And yeah, they don't want us to feel peace, dude, and I finally feel it, you know, a little bit. I could have a lot more peace, but comparatively in this hell that they make us live in, I found a little peace, which I also enjoy. And we can all find it, you know, it needs to get way better. But also we can do our little part to try and make our lives less awful in the meantime. I'd be mad if I had my foreskin. Why? Why? Because I'd be like, oh, it looks like an anteater. You know what, though? I could choose it as an adult if I didn't want my foreskin. You know? What I'm really pissed about is I wasn't consulted at all. I wasn't asked. My opinions were not heard. Not my mom's fault. The doctor's fault. I've never felt right in a white body, not natural. I know, dude, these fucking things are weird. They don't move like normal bodies. I got Charlie circed.
This global brotherhood, what would happen?
There were people that were bred from birth. They were bred to be ritual sacrifices.
Bro, we might have to have a Foreskin Mountain track on Apocalypse Now.
I have a problem with what they is said a lot today, especially by the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, that how could all of these people disappear, or how could all these babies be born? I worked with a nurse midwife. We did home births, and it's very easy not to register a child when it's born. And
Smegma, dude, this is like there. First off, I've never heard. There's no way Dude, if they wanted us to be clean, they would cut our buttholes off. They don't give a fuck about cleanliness. You know, it's bullshit. Smegma. Dude, I take showers. I take showers twice a day most days. My smegma would be fucking under control. I don't want other people's laziness to be affecting my body. What the fuck? That's just everyone else. That's just everyone else fucking tattling on themselves that they don't clean their dick. Dude, that's like people. You ever heard of people who don't wash their ass in the shower because it's gay? Have you ever heard that? What the fuck? What do you mean? Half the times, back before I was doing yoga and like showering all the time, washing your ass was literally like the only reason to take a shower. What are these people doing? You guys all wash your ass, right? I feel like that there's not many rules around here besides like being normal, like being nice to people for the most part. But fucking also, I think we got to put it on the Discord. You also have to sign a consent form that you wash your ass in the shower. If cleaning your ass is gay, I'm Billy Eichner. What is wrong with people, right? We got people running around this planet who don't wash their ass, and they could be anyone. Like, dude, you know it's Lindsey Graham, it's Jim Jordan, it's Trump, Obama. I know who the non-ass washers are. We can fucking smell them. Don't even get me started on Dumpy Trumpy pants. Oh my God. These fucking people. If cleaning your ass is gay, I'm Billy Eichner. That's crazy, dude.
And then they have these children that they're kidnapping.
All right, we're going to take a break from this in a minute.
And bringing in from other countries, and no one misses them because these are third world countries.
Dude, also, I'm so obsessed. Dude, I don't even want to hear it. I got a fucking bidet, dude. I don't want to hear it from anyone.
And children they have the most energy, the purest energy, they're the highest form of sacrifice. And they will terrorize these children and mind control these children. And in rituals, by the time they're brought into rituals, they may be drugged, or they may not be drugged, or they may be in an altered state because of the mind control. And they are used as actual blood sacrifices.
Yeah, dude, every fucking... when America turns to Cat Dadistan, we're not only requiring bidets in every house, we're sending free bidets to every single resident. I don't care. I don't want a single excuse. If I go to your house and I shouldn't have to fucking ask if you have a bidet. That reminds me, I got to get a bidet for every single bathroom at my parents' house. Although if I got them for them, they never installed them. They just put them by the toilets for 6 years. Yeah, I don't fuck with the gun bidets. I don't fuck with that. I don't like that. I like the one that just it's built in and it requires a hand thing on the side that's separate. I don't want the water thing to be coming down on my hands. You know. Who will fund this? Zane, I think that, dude, if we can afford F-35s right now, we can afford bidets. Who will fund this? What do you mean? The fucking ass cleaning society of Cat Dadistan that will be funded on day one. It will be formed on day one. And also, money's not real. You know what is? Clean asses. You trying to tell me that everything in America wouldn't change if everyone was walking around with a clean ass? Everyone would notice a little sparkle in everyone's eye. That would be the start, man. Bidets use less water than asking ChatGPT if it's gay to wash your ass. Exactly. Also, dude, you save on fucking toilet paper for sure, dude. All your toilet paper's doing is just dabbing off the water. I haven't seen poop in fucking years, bro.
During these rich,
there ain't gonna be no clean ass tax. What do you mean, bro? People think that, like, bro, with all, first off, there's gonna be no fucking taxes. All this shit is just gonna happen. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna manifest it with our brains. But even if we didn't and we still had their dumb money system, once you eradicate and exterminate the Pentagon, bro, you know how much money we have? Once NASA's obliterated, Zane's like, where are these bidets coming from? From the fucking SpaceX money, from Tesla's tax credit money, from fucking all of the government's pay salaries. We got bidet money. Not only that, we got house money. We got everyone has a house money. We got everyone never starves again money. We got every fucking city's beautified money. People don't understand how much the fucking Pentagon costs. We can literally do fucking anything if we just destroyed the Pentagon. And they don't do anything. What have they ever stopped? They didn't stop 9/11. If you can't stop 9/11, you can't dodge. If you cannot dodge 9/11, you can't dodge a ball, bro. These motherfuckers, they had 4 chances to stop it. They had a whole hour to stop it and they didn't. So that's where we're going to get our bidet money, is from the 9/11 money, the Patriot Act money. Yeah, not only did they not stop 9/11, they fucking did it. So we're going to take some of that false flag money too. Some of that Paul Wysopal bands. We're taking Paul's money. We're taking his little fucking, what's the next 9/11, guys? And then we're going to take all their money and we're going to burn it in a fucking pile like the Joker. It's going to be sick. Yeah, the only tax in Katdanistan is clean ass tax. So I saw a TikTok yesterday that was like, dude, do you guys realize how much tax you pay and everything? Like, you literally walk home with all of the money that you have to spend on anything is like 25% of what you actually made, with the federal tax, the state tax, the sales tax, the fucking every fucking tax, dude. Everything's a fucking tax. These people are crazy. They started the American Revolution supposedly off of tea being raised in tax by like fucking 5% or some shit. The fuck? You could buy a house and then you gotta pay taxes on it for literally forever. What are you talking about? Buy land and pay tax on it? What the fuck? What's the buying the land part for? What am I paying upkeep on the grass from Gaia? These fucking idiots. We've fallen so far from God. We let them put these taxes on us, bro. The fuck? Sorry. Okay, now I am crashing out.
Rituals because of, again, reptilians needing their blood. And they will take various organs from the sacrifices depending on what date.
Yeah, lizards have a tax fetish, so we gotta put on the gimp. We gotta put on the gimp suit and go to work every day. Exactly, dude.
The ritual may, what the ritual may be associated with on that date, but they will also slit the throat from the left ear to the right ear, and the blood will be gathered in a goblet, and it will be dispersed among the reptilians and dispersed among also after that among people that have been participating in these rituals and seem to have, even though they seem to be dissociated, mostly these people seem to be cognizant of what they are doing.
Are these rituals rare? I mean, how many are there that, say, go on a year? I mean, we talk hundreds or thousands.
There are things happening every month of the year. There is not a month in this 12-month system that something is not happening, and it's more than one. I mean, it's every full moon. It's and the very important rituals are the summer solstice and the winter solstice, and then there is the vernal equinox and the fall equinox. And
like, dude, they're doing all this human sacrifice and shit. Like, are these kids conscious? Like, they're just screaming in terror, and these people are like circle jerking around it. Like, how fucking sick do you gotta be? How desensitized to everything do you have to be? What is wrong with these people? Is that what's going on? Or are they like drugging them so it's like, you know, they're like putting them in like the cattle thing, like the fucking, what's her face? What's that lady who made the cattle, who's that autistic lady? That made the cattle squeezer. These people are so fucked, dude.
And
they exactly right. They've got to be like screaming in terror and be cognizant of what's going on, because that's the whole point, right? With the blood. You had to work with some Nancys this week, dude? Should we go beat their ass?
And there is Beltane, there is Imbolc in February, there is Lunasad, which is in the beginning of August. There's a whole week leading up to Beltane and also leading up to Samhain that's called Grand Climax.
So May the 1st is Beltane.
May the 1st is Beltane.
Halloween, particularly in America, has become like a mini Christmas, almost like a holiday of celebration with a trick and treat and all this other stuff. But what actually happens outside the public arena that night of Halloween and into November the 1st?
Away from the public arena, there's a ritual that's taking place in 6 different locations in this country for all of the councils of 13 in the area that I'm in. It is the East Side.
Yeah, Temple Grandin, thank you.
Christian Church on 7th and Temple Street in Long Beach. And it is for the High Council of 13. And in this country on that night,
see you later.
It is a satanic ritual. It's actually, there are 3 nights in a row at that church. The first night is Halloween.
What happens on the night of Halloween?
That night is about the worship and homage to Satan. And that is what a lot of people in this country know the devil to be. This is about the devil, Satan. And Christianity talks constantly. I mean, I believe they created Christianity to be what it is. And so they also have created this Satan. And so they control in that way. And on that night, there's a lot of bloodshed, and there are sacrifices made to Satan. There is a person who plays the part of this in this high council that has to.
They cut out people's vocal cords. Yeah, so they like. Yeah, they're like fucking. It's like the fucking people who do animal testing. Like at cosmetics and shit. They cut out the puppy's vocal cords so they don't bark.
Do with this high council. He's not on the high council, but he has to do with playing the part of Satan. He is a televangelist on TBN. He used to be, he filled in for a little while as a lead singer on Iron Butterfly many years ago, and he has long blonde hair.
What's his name?
At this point, I don't recall his name, and it just, I recognize his face. I saw it recently on TBN, and then this is his cover, or he is DID, and he plays this part, the great deceiver Satan, on that night, on Halloween.
Bro, she does look like Jill from Home Improvement.
At this church. And,
sorry, I'm not making fun of her. She literally does. I've been like, she kind of looks like someone. I think it's that.
That is what happens on Halloween. And I mean, what else I must say, what is going on with Halloween in this country? It's just becoming so popular. It is also to desensitize people to the whole thing, and even this backlash Christian movement that wants to call it the Harvest Festival. It does not realize that the Harvest Festival has to do with Druidic religion. And again, they are still doing the same thing and celebrating the Harvest Festival. That's what the Harvest Festival is about.
Are many of the so-called Christians...
But now they're inverting it, whereas we used to celebrate and vibe with it, I think. Now they're inverting it and making it about blood and all this weird shit.
Christian rituals, because that's what they are, or festivals or ceremonies, are they actually, to most Christians, unknowing representations of these satanic rituals?
Yes, they are. One, for example...
Do you think Sorry, I'm ignorant. When women when like the moon used to be like when we didn't have all these weird frequencies and all the weird food and all this shit, and the moon was like, every woman's menstrual cycle was like tied to the moon directly. Was it like they were literally synced? Like everyone, like, is the full moon when you'd have your period? Or, you know what I mean? Like, what cycle in the moon phase coincides with the ladies' phase? Yeah, I'll repost the link. I'm just wondering, like, magic level styles. Because, too, I think that some of the blood shit came from, like, women's menstrual blood, and then they started warping it into this, like, using innocent child blood or something, you know? Whereas I feel like menstrual blood would be, like, all about, like, female empowerment, female energy. So the opposite of that, inversion of that, would be taking the blood of, like, innocent babies. Kind of makes sense. Just in a stupid-ass occult lizard way. It changes, it sways through. But, okay, so it's a 28-day cycle. So if we had 13 months, maybe back in the day, maybe women were like, they could be tied to it, right? But I don't know. Because, yeah, it's interesting, right? It syncs with other women, too. Yeah, I've heard that. That's cool as fuck. Yeah, so I wonder if it's like the whole Earth is like, would have been synced up, or if like there's like regions. Yeah, getting a period was a sign of fertility. Yeah, literally, like fertility, they'd call them fertility cults, right? So it makes sense that then they're taking blood from young people. Because also these, you know, if it went from matriarchy to patriarchy, men don't be having blood to give up. So they got to take it from someone, because you know these little cuck wizards aren't going to be cutting themselves and giving their blood. They want to give someone else's blood.
Christmas has to do with it's a time, it comes right after the winter solstice, which is a satanic or a Druidic celebration. It has to do, there's a day in there called
6 minute
which
warning.
is not a day. It has to do with the killing of the old king and the birth of the new king, which is a Druidic day. On the 24th or the 25th at midnight, there is a ceremony that's
Wait. Kate in Scotland did a video about Jessica? Hold on. Sorry, we gotta hop off this a second. Wait, yeah. Kate in Scotland on our Discord said... Wait, did you guys see my video about Jessica Lee Collins? Wild. Now I'm thinking Virginia is CIA. Makes so much sense to control the narrative. Yeah, dude, we've been saying this forever. Why? When was Kate talking to Jessica? That's awesome. Wait, I hope it's her talking to her. Oh, that is Jessica. Let's fucking go, dude.
Jeffrey Epstein.
This is Jessica. This is the person I was interviewing. Well, I guess it's probably close to like 1.5 years, 2 years ago at this point. Her whole story, she was, you know, I went over this a couple weeks ago. She was trafficked to Epstein. That was the first person she was trafficked to. And then she was like, her regular clients were like Biden, both Bidens. She said that Hunter Biden was like her regular up until a couple of years ago. A few years ago.
My name is Jessica Collins. I live in Virginia. Today is September the 3rd, 2019. If anything happens to me, it's because this information is true, and I have a lot more information about who I was trafficked to in the government, people who are in the White House today. If you could redistribute this video, please save it and redistribute it. The reason you don't see me in the news is because I am a real victim. Real victims are not being represented by attorneys or in the media. I was trafficked to Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew Windsor by Deborah Palfrey, the DC madam.
Yeah.
I was
She's
a student
the one who connected me, or made me realize that the DC madam was just Jeffrey Epstein.
Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. in 2002. I answered an ad in the city paper. The ad was ambiguous. Deborah was professional. I thought I was going on a real job interview. Instead, I was drugged and by Paul Hung. I tried to tell Deborah what happened, but something she said made me realize she knew what happened. At that point, they had my driver's license, and I did not know what to do or where to go for help. At that point, I was driven by Jonathan Luna to the Bethesda Marriott on Pook's Hill, where Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew Windsor drugged and me. I have tried to get help. I called the police. I was abducted for 2 weeks. I was moved from Washington, D.C. by Ed Norris, who was the superintendent of the Maryland State Police. He is now an actor.
Literally in The Wire, dude. He's in the fucking Wire, the TV show The Wire. He's one of the fucking cops. And he was literally a Baltimore cop. And a New York NYPD cop. It's him. This guy. You guys seen The Wire? Ed Norris. Way down in the hole. Yeah, you are way down in the hole, you dirty scallywag.
On the show The Wire, and has a radio show. If anything happens to me, at least I have this out. I have been threatened. My car was disabled by a government employee when the Jeffrey Epstein news broke. I have been without a vehicle for 40 days. I don't know what else to say. Please save this video. Please redistribute it. Please try and spread it. There is no way that this is going to get out there in the media unless we, the American people, do the work. The government is involved.
1 minute.
And I was trafficked for nearly 17 years. Please try to help by redistributing this, tweeting it, talking about it. I'll do everything that I can. Thank you for listening. I hope that together we can get to the bottom of this and hold the criminals accountable.
Fuck yeah, Jessica.
Remember when Becca Day posted about these watches and she had a theory, I think it was her, that said that the watches maybe were used on girls as, you know, a wire. They might have held a microphone so they could get dirt and give it right back to Mr. Epstein. Then I was looking at this picture that the BBC just posted of Prince Andrew, well, just Andrew now, and this young female wearing this. Doesn't even fit her.
Dude, Kate, good find. Yep, another spy watch.
Obviously, she was just told to put that right on, allegedly.
Oh, happy 9/11, boys. RK's released a new song called They Don't Deserve Me. We got to smoke up.
On my journey, they don't deserve me. They're not worthy, no. No, they don't deserve me. They was never worthy. They just try to come and take my life because it was pearly. They would never understand what I went through in this journey. Close my eyes.
I talked to Jessica 2024. Like early 2024, I think. It was right around when I started streaming. It was like within the first 30 episodes of me streaming, I'd say. Because the reason I didn't have her on the show is because I was talked out of it by my fucking Fed friends. And I was new, you know, I would not hesitate now. I was like, I didn't understand as much, like, basically Dante and Nicole told me, they were like, if she comes on there and makes these allegations about Biden, they could arrest you. And I was like, no, they can't. And I just ended up getting handled by them because I trusted them. They were like, I don't think it's worth it. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, dude, I trust everything that she's saying. I believe her. I've talked to her for like 5 hours and she's consistent. Her shit checks out. I've researched the fuck out of her. She has hundreds of documents on her Twitter, you know. But yeah, so I was talking to her in like 2024 and then she got spooked by me because probably my fucking Fed friends had one of their assets go and fuck with her or something. Because then all of a sudden she got in her head that I was fucking with her. But, yeah, so, I mean, she's been talking about this shit for years, dude, and she's been consistent the whole time.
As I meditate, I don't care if you heard me. I can't believe everything I hear. I have to use discernment. I don't want to sell my soul. I'd rather just go earn it. The TV telling lies to my vision. I'ma turn it. I'ma change my life with better decisions through my purpose. Tired of searching, tired of chasing. I just want to attract.
Bro, imagine we get RK's on a track.
Now, my old self was basic, I upgraded, turn my back now. No more wasting energy, I'd rather go and save it. Instead of lift me up, they rather leash my God, I hate this. They don't wanna see me up, they want me back in slavery. They want me under 6 feet under, so I gotta save me. I'm bringing up my inner child, I'm healing myself daily. These energy vampires trying to bite me like some rabies. Separate myself, I'm isolated like a Buddha. The senses around me, they protect me, they move like my shooter. I'm a king reincarnated, they know I'm a ruler. You can see it in my heart. I don't gotta prove now. If you don't wanna walk on my path, you can really leave me. I'd rather you just tell the truth than you just come deceive me. I don't want you to starve my soul, I just want you to feed me. As much stuff as I do for you, I just want you to see me. I'm attracting, I'm something like a magnet. You my trauma, turn demons into ashes. I'm not acting, baby, this my passion. Keep my vibe.
Has anyone heard from Jessica since? Well, dude, the weird thing is that I told everyone about her because I like didn't bring her up because she got spooked and she was like, she didn't trust me anymore. So I was like, I'm not going to just like release this shit. And she thinks I'm like fucking with her or whatever. But I went back and I watched my interview, or I watched some of it because it's like 2.5 hours long. It's good. I mean, it's the same thing. She's consistent. She's outlining the whole story. It's good. I wish I just released it, but fuck, what was I saying? Oh, but then so I went and I found her Twitter and I was like, oh, she's still posting, good, because I lost track with her even when I was talking to her, because I was talking to her for probably like 2 or 3 months before she got spooked. And we were texting and calling and stuff. And mostly I was going through her Twitter because she posts like all of her court records. She posts everything, dude. It's awesome. It's such a trove of information that I literally went through and like, checked against what she was saying and it all checked out, dude. Like, but so I saw that like 2 days after, this was like 2 weeks ago. I talked about her for like an hour on stream and then I was like, I should reach out to her again. Maybe, it's been a while. This was all before I even got intervention. So we've all grown and changed a little bit. And so I reached out to her and I was looking at her Twitter and her YouTube and I texted her and then the next fucking day, this is her TikTok was like, or her Instagram was, what the fuck is it called? Twitter was like this. Whereas the day before it was full of shit. I've since remembered that my personal Twitter account, I was following her on. I can't remember if I was following her on my Cat Dad account because I don't think I had my Cat Dad account then. I don't think I started it until a little bit into streaming. But her YouTube is down. So I was like, did I do this? Did I spook her? But I don't know, maybe. She definitely went private after I texted her, which I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it sucks. But on my personal account, I'm still friends with her and all of her posts are still up. So it's not deleted. But I'm going to leave her alone because I don't think, if she fucking privated her whole Twitter because I texted her, that would make me sad. So I think I'll leave her be. But yeah, I was hoping that it had been a while and that, like, I haven't changed my position at all. Like, you know what I mean? Most of the reason I started talking, a lot of it was the whole Jeffrey Epstein shit anyway, so. Dude, this has to be, this is AI. Was this really released by the DOJ? This came from the DOJ shit? This is fucking AI. But yeah, so. Oh God, what is the intervention lore? Just really short. My family and friends all interventioned me because I talk about Paul Weisopel and Timothy McVeigh, and they tried to say that I was a drug addict at a time where I literally wasn't taking any drugs for the first time ever. They literally tried to force me to go to a rehab in Florida. They interventioned me over Zoom. They were going to do it for 6 months, but I only let them do it for 9 weeks in a row before I filmed it all, and I called them all out in it because I realized they were all gaslighting me because anyone who doesn't know and understand that Timothy McVeigh is Paul Weisopel is a gaslighting ghoul. So anyway, I did not get I did not go to rehab because I wasn't on any drugs, unless yoga is a drug. But yeah, they literally interventioned me, and they had a literal FBI agent who was moderating. I don't know how the fuck it all came together, but they reached out to some interventionist who turned out to be an FBI person. And then they tried to make me think I'm crazy, but I'm not, so fuck off. And then the reason that the intervention, so the last intervention wasn't me coming and filming them, because I was like, oh, they're just trying to reprogram me. They're not logic. They're like keep saying they're worried about me and that they think I'm gonna kill myself. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm literally saying if anything ever happened to me, it's the FBI that did it. And they're like, we're so worried that you're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt yourself. But yeah. It was such a problem. So then the very end was me going, after they all just said lies about me for an hour, and I filmed it all. Then at the end I said, you know what? I think that you guys actually know that what I'm saying is true, and you're lying to me, and you're gaslighting me. And you guys all know that Timothy McVeigh is Paul Weisopel, and you fucking literally are trying to make me think I'm crazy. And then they ended the Zoom call. They muted me and then ended the Zoom call, and I haven't talked to any of them since. But, you know, I know it's hard for people to understand this shit, but also it's like they were actively going out of their way to try and stop me. I wasn't hurting anyone. I still work. I work my full-time fucking job. I do all this nonsense talking after the fact, right? So they came and did this to me, and it was my ex, like, and my friends, they all worked together and fucking said this shit. And, you know, they were my oldest friends. Two of my friends that I've known for 25 years before I even met my ex, you know? So, I don't know. At a certain point, it's like, you'd think, yeah, it's hard for people to understand this, but they were willing to lose. Their whole reasoning for putting me in a rehab is because they were worried about me. Meanwhile, it's been a year and a half since the intervention, and literally none of them have reached out to me to be like, you know what? I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Isn't that crazy? So, this shit is so fucking real, bro. And if you try and break out of the Matrix, man, it fucking hits back, dude. But yeah, ever since then, I've been so fucking clear. Life is so much better. I have a fucking serenity about me at this point. Whereas all these other people that were in my life before were fucking ruining it, you know? All the people that interventioned me were like these nagging fucking vampire souls who always needed something from me and always wanted something and blah, 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 and, you know. And then they always just wanted to talk about fucking football. So, cleared up my plate real nice. They did it themselves. But yeah, I mean, I know that there's something more diabolical about it all because, I mean, I knew two of these people since 6th grade. 6th grade. And they're trying to pretend that, like, I'm acting different than normal. Like, dude, me talking about Paul Weisopel and Timothy McVeigh, I've always been like this. I'm always a pain in the ass. I'm always loud. I'm always saying dumb shit, you know? And who the fuck cares? Even if this wasn't true, who cares, right? How is this affecting you? I'm not talking to you guys about it because you don't want to hear it. They're like, yeah, and we're worried because you won't talk to us. Well, I don't want to talk to fake people. But yeah, so at a certain point, it's just like they were just like, this shit is real. Why else do this? They thought I would cave, but no. I like the truth. Anyway, sorry, that's the lore. Oh my god, it's already 9:24, dude. Oh, get rid of this Kathy Sanders shit. Here, let's make a little room.
And
we didn't even get to the main topic of the story. Let's see if Becca's posted anything today. But yeah, no, I'm glad it all happened, dude. They made me as strong as I am. Truly, like, dude, it was like literally a program. It was like I was being trained. All that shit that happened to me in that 1 year was like OOB, where they, you know, took all my accounts and they all started spreading lies about me on the internet and then sending death threats to my family, literally, my mother. They fucking sent death threats to my poor little mom, my cute little mom who just wants to free Michael Jackson. But they were even doing death threats to my ex. Like, crazy. But yeah, then all that shit. Dante and Nicole. I had two best friends who were like, I think part of this too. They infiltrated me to know how much I knew about this shit. And then when I wasn't fucking useful to them anymore, they broke up with me and tried to make me spiral out by saying that I was a deranged lunatic because I was messing with trying to make the Philosopher's Stone. Like, how dumb could you be and not think the Philosopher's Stone is fucking awesome? Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, all these things they just kept doing to me over and over and over, dude. And then they fucking, it all coalesces with the intervention. Bro, and then I filmed it and I posted that shit the next day. And they reached out to YouTube Legal. They got me banned on Twitch for a week. All because I embarrassed them and I fucking showed that these people were literally manipulating me. They went above and beyond, dude. They got a lawyer to get my video down. But yeah, I mean, all of it has made me very strong and I appreciate them for it. I'm serious. The feds made me and I'm their problem and they created me. Truly. Anyway, let's watch Becca for a minute.
If JP Morgan executive Jess Staley was scared in 2000, like many of you, I have been stuck on this whoop situation after Eva Dubin emails Jeffrey to let him know that Mary Kennedy is no longer alive. He responds, whoops. Super, super strange way to respond when you hear that the wife of one of the men you're associated with suddenly loses her life. Here's another email between Jeffrey and somebody else stating, turns out Ornella was R-worded when she was 18.
Oh, you just saw Begonia, Maiko? Yeah, dude. Begonia's, and dude, I thought, well, I don't want to ruin it for people, but you should watch it. It's good.
Anna just told me today. Jeffrey said, whoops. On Luke Brunel's emailing Jeffrey in 2012. Subject, he deserved it. Jeffrey responded, whoops. Another email between Jeffrey and someone else from 2015 tells Jeffrey Elkman passed away. And Jeffrey responds,
yeah. H said, dude, Cat Dad, your journey's taught me so much. If they silence you, it's because you're right. That part hits the hardest. And two, dude, you know what? I needed to see how deep this shit goes so I can tell everyone about it. Because I was like, all these fucking people are like, I mean, part of the problem that they got mad about is because I was saying that they were all Nazis, literally descended from Nazis, and I found a little bit of evidence that kind of led that way. But they you know, I was talking about all this shit, like Paul Weisopel, the FBI, all these political leaders, they all look like Nazis. What if they're all descended from Nazis? We know about Operation Paperclip, all this shit, right? And I was talking to them about it because I thought that they would see it. you know, Elon Musk acts like a Nazi, and then 2 of my Jewish friends who interventioned me couldn't be bothered with finding out that Elon Musk and Peter Thiel literally have Nazi grandparents, and they're running the government. They were like, I think that this is taking up a lot of your time, and you should leave it be. The fuck do you care about what I'm doing with my time? You don't want to hear about it? Good, I won't talk to you about it, you know? But I was like, everyone in the government is fucking on this shit. Everyone's a fucking Nazi. I needed to see that it's way deeper than that. It's literally the people you know, dude. Like, I can't make sense of it other than these people who did it to me. It was like 6 of them, 7 of them. They all have a stake in this. They have to. There's no way. One of them is like a TV host guy. The person who gave the interventionist was my old boss, who I met literally all of those people from, except for my 2 best oldest friends that I met in 6th grade, who are from Wisconsin. But literally all 5 of the other people I met through one job. And that job was in television, which we know is run and infested with these fucking feds. So, anyway, but yeah, I needed to see that it runs so deep. It's in our personal lives. It's not just these fucking monsters. And I think that's too why part of why they needed it taken down so bad. Besides them being embarrassed that I mopped the floor with them. They're trying all these fucking bad faith tactics too, to like distract me whenever I was on a point, or stop me when I was talking, or try and make me feel dumb, and trying to like use like their authoritarian voice to silence me, like all these weird manipulation tactics, you know, like Nazi shit, like MK Ultra shit. And yeah, they literally were like, we thought that this was a better option to do to you, because the other option we were talking about was black bagging you and having 2 men break into your house that you pay for with your fucking job, that we're going to have 2 men black bag you and whisk you away to Florida against your will. I said, you guys were going to do that? They said, yeah, we were thinking about it, but we thought that this was the healthier option. Yeah, okay, well, how's that going for all y'all? That's okay. I was a net positive on all of their lives, and honestly, I bet that their karma is probably hitting soon. But anyway. Yeah, don't come to Cat Dadistan with bad faith tactics, bro. And Jim trying to say I'm bad faith. I'm the ultimate not bad faith. How dare you? I willingly have hour-long conversations with people that are trying to put me in Florida rehab, and I'm still trying to reason with them. But their unreasonableness is also part of why I know that they have to be. There's more than just they're trapped in the Matrix. They were literally trying to make me stop looking into this. Why? Who cares? What does it matter to you? I never talk to you people. It's because I'm right. All right, anyway, sorry.
Oops. And then this person responds, he was the godfather of my daughter. Can you imagine? In 2016, Jeffrey's emailing back and forth with Woody Allen's ex-girlfriend's adopted daughter, who he went on to marry and have a family with. He tells her, just read the reports. Whoops, I'm in Paris. Come visit. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure there's an unredacted version of this, and I think I just grabbed the wrong one. Emails Jeffrey and says, I give you permission to take his life. He is apparently with blank. He lied to you and he lied to me. Jeffrey responds and says, whoops. And then this person responds, no one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one. Whoops is correct. Like, these are
So who did Jeffrey kill there? He'd be saying whoops a lot.
not all the instances. These are like just a few examples over a course of a few years that I pulled. These people are in his inbox. They're all talking like supervillains. Like, this is crazy. Like many of you, I have been stuck on like this like whoop Just an obscene amount of references to pregnancy in these emails. Just an obscene amount of women coming to Jeffrey and telling him that they are pregnant. Here's an email exchange between someone and Jeffrey from 2015. Jeffrey says, "Where are you now? I'm in Paris." This person responds and says, "London. Got news for you. I'm pregnant." Here's another communication between Jeffrey and someone from 2013, and they send Jeffrey an email with the subject line, "I'm pregnant." An email exchange between someone and Jeffrey from 2011 that says, "Sending you some images of me pregnant and baby shower. Please let me know next time when you are in Los Angeles. I have a few girlfriends with me now, so you should have some girly time. Missing you, blank." In 2009, someone's emailing Jeffrey very concerned that they might be pregnant, it seems. And this is like while he was in jail. Okay, here's another email communication between someone and Jeffrey back in 2017. So in this email, Jeffrey's giving some advice to a woman who appears to be pregnant, and she responds and says, "Jeffrey, thank you so very much. I really trust and appreciate your opinion. How is your pregnant friend? Did she make it to New York okay? Was the flight okay? I am seriously considering going back to Moscow until the baby arrives." Now, this was an email exchange between Nicole Junkerman from 2017, and we're gonna have to come back to Nicole Junkerman because she's a whole rabbit hole on her own. German-born model, a very obvious asset of the blue and white state, married to an extremely wealthy Italian businessman, and she works for Ehud Barak. She's on like his board of directors at his car buying company. We're just gonna have to like fully dissect Nicole Junkerman and her lore and all of that stuff in the next day or so, but for the sake of quickness, let's just read through this communication. So Nicole emails Jeffrey in 2017 and says, "Pregnant, my dear godfather, but let's wait the 3 months." So Nicole Junkerman, who works for Ehud, the former prime minister of the blue and white state, and a known asset to the blue and white state, is calling Jeffrey her godfather. And Jeffrey responds to hearing that his goddaughter is pregnant by saying, "Yay, open the account now. You will be preoccupied later, and we will have to rethink things regarding the child." Then Nicole says, "Yep, I know." And then he emails her and says, "You can start playing classical music now, put it on your belly." And again, that is not even all of the mentions. That is not even all of the times that women were coming to Jeffrey to let them know they're pregnant. Just an obscene amount of references to pregnancy in these emails. Just an obscene amount of women coming to Jeffrey and telling him that they are pregnant. Here's an email exchange between...
Oh, Jeffrey. Dude, I'm not in the I don't want to. I'm not trying to make fun of a kid here, but like, what are we doing? Like, dude, nepotism is killing us. This is the future, boys. This is the future of music. Alright, this is kind of a bop, actually. Do you guys see what I mean when I talk about nepotism and I'm like, we don't even know the artists that we're missing, because usually it's stuff like this that we're hearing. Stage presence is on point. All right, we'll let the kid be, but like, also she's a nepo baby, so it's like, I don't know. Dude, y'all remember Rudy?
I said, no, I don't want to talk. And he was going to tell me he was queer then. The homosexual, he's one of the nicest guys I ever met. And he's good at what he does, you know. He's got leadership ability, and if these people here would listen to him, he would take them a long way. But anyway, me and Richard got to be pretty good friends. Not in a homosexual way, that's for
Not in a homosexual way.
For sure. Make sure you get this on
Oh boy, you better have a beer in your hand when you do this one there.
Pretty good guy. I don't know what my buddies are going to say when I get home, but I'll have to deal with it. I said, no, I don't want to talk. And he was...
Oh, okay. So I think Savannah was great on season 49 of Survivor, but I've also been like, I just saw Savannah. I don't want to see her and Riz God on season 50. I'm sorry. But I saw this video, and now Savannah.
You know who my
Savannah is my favorite Survivor of all time because of this video.
You know who my least favorite person in the world is?
Who's that?
Taylor Swift. So anyone who seriously, anyone who's obsessed with Taylor, I'm just like, there's something wrong with you. Like, I don't.
That's different than the thing that's wrong with you to make you play Survivor.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a lot of issues.
He's the center of that Venn diagram.
Yes, exactly. But for someone who, I don't know, there's the Taylor Swift fans I just don't get on a human level, but definitely not as someone who I would want to work with. You know who my...
Wait, who are some fucking Swiftie fans, and how does she already know that people are Swifties in Survivor? Miss your bestie, Miss Westie. It's your bestie, Miss Westie. Gonna get testy.
Oh, it's worse than that song.
Men in the kitchen. That's what I like to see.
It's worse than that song.
Men in the kitchen.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Men in the kitchen. That's what I like to see.
It's worse than that song.
Men in the kitchen.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Oh, it's worse than that song.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Dude, there's nothing better than old people swearing. It's so I love when my grandma swears, when I can finally get her to say a little swear word. That shit's so funny. Old people, right? What do they even know? Alright, let's watch the frickin'... Wait, hold on. I want to watch a couple we watched this last night on stream. Dude, I think this thing's fucking AI. Also, his voice is very, like, he's very Woody Allen. Did they just get Woody Allen to do this fake interview?
So David would say...
So here's why it's good. It's a good AI if it is, but I think it might be AI. His chin is very fuzzy. His face keeps refreshing. His teeth are wiggling all over. It is a good AI, but I think this shit is an AI. And also he's like, I don't know, he's like, I'm on the board of Rockefeller. He doesn't move like Jeffrey Epstein in the deposition. I don't think he really talks like him. He's kind of like a fucking... I don't know. He's more like Woody Allen in this.
Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money.
Watch his face.
I said to David...
And watch around his head. The whole area around like his head and his chin, like it starts fuzzing in and out, and his teeth are all fucking weird too throughout.
Tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller.
See how all this shit is moving around his head too when he's here, look. There's like a halo effect around his... See that? Look at all this shit. Up here. It's like all this weird shit. And it's like how I know that the Luigi pictures are AI. There's just like weird borders because the AI keeps kind of... I think it has like a... It must have like a 5-second refresh thing or something where it's like, okay, this is how the face looks for these 5 seconds, and then it wipes, and it's like, okay, this is how the face looks for these 5 seconds. Okay, this, so it's like constantly slightly shifting.
Grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told
and like
me
this shit, come on, dude, what? Everybody knew I was a Rockefeller.
He would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time. in Time magazine and said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed in...
Yeah, the reflection off his glasses, I feel like keeps changing, like, but not with his movement.
There would be a combination of both politics.
Can anyone confirm this really is like being said that it's from the DOJ files, right? Multiple people have been like, this is an Epstein video from the release. I haven't found it on the files myself.
Business.
But I also have only gone through like 100.
And
I couldn't even find like a big download of it all. Like, I stopped because I had to keep individually downloading all the fucking files. And there's a million of them.
Leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission.
Yeah, look, like, the reflection keeps being like, rah, 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 but he's not moving like that.
The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was something the Illuminati.
Yeah, the movement's too fast. I don't even have it sped up.
There's some mystery about it. People that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this Trilateral Commission of businessmen.
Like, his face creases move all fucking weird. Look at this one in the disco.
But it's just coming out right now that this little kid here that stood here with Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos is
that Zoran Mamdani? Wait. He didn't even say it. That is Zoran Mamdani, isn't it? What the fuck is this picture? Is this AI? Dude, this has got to be AI. When was Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Zoran Mamdani? This looks kind of photoshopped. Is this real?
no one other than Zohan Mamdani, the current mayor of New York. And here we have apparently another photo of Zohan Mamdani.
Dude, I hate to break it, but I do think that this is photoshopped or something. The blacks look off. Like the black levels in the hair is off from the black levels behind. See that? Like, the hair should absolutely not be darker than the background. Like, you know what I mean? The color here is different. And the resolution is different than this photo. I want this to be true. Don't fucking
As a
worry.
baby, stood with
believe me, I want this to be true. And I believe it. But I don't know if this picture is the evidence.
you know who? And I couldn't help but notice that Zoran Mamdani's mother had emails
Zoran Mamdani
in the Epstein files. Right here.
What? I mean, honestly, I'm here for this. No matter what, he's CIA. Zoran downfall, I'm all for.
And wouldn't it be crazy if Zohan's mother, Mira Nair, the, actor, was married twice, and one of her
Nightmare blunt rotation. Oh, shit.
marriages was to someone called Mitch Epstein. Because when you put all
Wait, what is going on?
of these together, there's another photo of, Zoran.
Dude, I hope that Zoran is fucking Epstein's son. That would be so funny, bro.
As a baby with Jeffrey Epstein.
This is like, that's Carlos Epstein. What are you talking about, bro? Look at this guy. That's a Juan Epstein. Zoran Houdini, yeah.
Look pretty similar. Now I know, you know, different race, but just look at the facial features. I'm not saying anything, I'm just putting two and two together. So Zoran's mother married Mitch Epstein, and their marriage finished in 1989. And Zoran was born in 1991, apparently to his father, Professor Mahmoud Mamdini. But it was only 2 years after she divorced Mitch Epstein. And he was clearly alive when they were still in contact. In fact, they were, you know, super close when he was a baby, by the looks of it on the internet. I mean, you know, it was widely spread that Zohan, you know, had 26 billionaires spend 22 million to try and block him from winning the election.
She was married to a Mitch Epstein, it is true. I want this to be so true, bro. Let's go. He was a photographer at Vietnam. Oh, brother. Who'd he marry after her? Susan Bell. Bro, I hope this is real. This is so funny.
And he somehow still won. Makes you think, doesn't it? Like, behind the scenes, does Zohan have some extra help? I mean, it wasn't too long ago someone took a drone over Epstein Island, and I don't know, but who do you think that is there? Because Epstein's not meant to be here anymore. He died to suicide, didn't he? But, you know, I don't know.
So people are literally saying that that Zoran is Epstein's son. Oh, I love this lore. I haven't bought fully in yet, but I'm, you know, I can be convinced easily. Send me a couple more pictures that look real. I mean, honestly, she married a person with Epstein in his name. That is too close. Can't do it. Sorry.
Oh, that kinda looks like someone that might still be influencing this world.
Carlos Epstein.
Well, today. Like I said, beautiful people, I'm sure this is nothing. This is just an innocent few photos with Zoran and Epstein, Clinton.
Okay, so she really was in the files. Yeah, because his mom's a director. The reason, like, Zoran's famous or whatever, he's a little nepotism boy who did rap music for his mommy's movie in South Africa. Bro. I hope this picture's real, bro.
Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, nothing to see here, just for entertainment, beautiful.
I mean, when would this have been? When would all of these people have been together? This is crazy. I just feel like getting Bezos, and they kind of don't look like... Oh, yeah, look. Wait, hold on. Look at this. Look at this shadow on his hand. It looks like an outline. So, could be maybe a shadow, but I don't think so. Because see how it's not... Like, it's the same shadow here. That's closer to his leg. So if that's a shadow, sure, it's a shadow. But this should be further away. And blurrier. But that's just this picture. Not saying that the rest of it can't be possibly true. Of course it can be. Zoran. Oh, Zoran, if you're Epstein's son, we will figure that out. You are so cooked. This is beautiful.
People, obviously just a satire account, not meaning to do any harm, and I'm as fictional as a dinosaur, baby. And I definitely would never unalive myself. Okay, I'm sure this is nothing, guys.
All the people who interventioned me would have been like, did you just say you're going to unalive yourself? You're going to unalive yourself? You're going to kill yourself? Why are you going to kill yourself? Please don't kill yourself. We're so worried you're going to kill yourself. They're like trying to program you in the head. By the end, they were like, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself. They wanted to put all the wet work in my hands. Sorry, if y'all are going to kill me, y'all got to try. And watch Gaia stop you. It'll be fucking hilarious. Alright. It's almost 10. Jeez Louise. But yeah, I think this is AI.
And politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North America.
So that's interesting if that's the case. And this came from DOJ. That means they're putting fake shit in here. Of course they are. Or also they're too stupid to even know this is fake. They probably stole Bannon's laptop and they were like, "Where's the Epstein file?" And he's like, "Oh, it's this one. Here, take this one."
Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, "Would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission?"
See, dude, look at the background here. Look at behind his head, the yellow. It's all tied to his head movement. Because it's got to remake the background when he clears that area. See? Look at all the morphing. Look at his hairline. Y'all seeing this? I'm training you to become AI super sniffers. Look, that black thing just kind of appears by his ear. See it? That dark wood thing in the background? See how it just forms? This shit's AI.
Trilateral Commission. Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this.
And his movements are so jerky and quick, like he's like that. But there's no like movement and then slow down, like deceleration. It's just like jerky, like that.
Application, so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians.
Oh, you didn't even want us to watch that one? Which one are you talking about then? Oh, this one. Wait. Oh, this is a totally... Wait. This is in the same room? What is this? There's a white shirt version and a... Wait, oh, you can't see. Fuck. What the fuck is going on? Okay, this is a black shirt version. And we were just watching this. This is a white shirt version in the same room.
So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different.
Hold on. Does he change shirts later? Oh, he does. Wait, what's the time code? 1:30:17. So this is supposed to be on separate days. He changes his glasses. He has different glasses. What a nerd ass. I guess rich people might have different glasses. Wait. Okay, that's him. Bro, this looks like a different ass face. Dude, it's like he aged fucking 40 years between these two. What is this?
Of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I said, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll
Like, dude, this is too animated even, I think, to be Jeffrey Epstein.
just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone.
Dude, he was always changing his swag up, LMAO, rocking dumbass frat boy yacht rock outfits all the time. True. Yeah, he does give me the skeebies.
That there's something different between things that are alive and things.
This is the same time code on the video you sent. I'm just watching it because it's higher resolution here.
That are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
No, with Newton.
Bro, what the fuck is going on with his eye? Look. His glasses get all fucking weird. His eye gets all fucking weird. Yeah. Dude, we don't miss. This shit's AI.
Newton, you know, with all his chemical studies and things he worked on, on the spiritual side, Leibniz that just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at
Yeah, why would he even do this interview? It would be so... He's like, okay, I'm finally ready to tell all my spy secrets to Steve Bannon. The fuck? Grow up.
MIT or Harvard or one of these things, talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path.
Would I push... I usually do this or this. I don't usually... He was like...
For tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics, you know, they could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics?
Good, it's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher. And as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy.
And also it's like,
some of the
dude, look at the forehead wrinkles. Like, they just appear out of nowhere. This AI is trying its fucking hardest, but it'll never be us, dude. It's also getting real bold with the fingers. That's real brave to try and put the hands in front of the face. But look at it. Look at it just morph here. Y'all are seeing this, right? Fake.
We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't.
I can't believe that they're trying to pull this shit off, though. This is big and bold of them. Big, bold, and beautiful. Look, he grows a fucking extra knuckle there.
Math and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories. People that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers.
Dude, it doesn't matter, though. So many people are never going to understand.
Theoreticians. They're more...
So why release this? What's the overall vibe of this video? I haven't watched the full 2 hours, and I'm definitely not going to because it's AI slop. But what are they trying to get across with this? God damn it. Do I have to make a fucking this video's AI on Instagram now?
Like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists.
Jeffrey Epstein's out here talking about the soul. He starts talking about girls. Oh, God. He's like, yeah, it was just me and Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump's ring, and I was just working for him. Yeah. Okay. Let's watch John Levi and then we'll go to bed. I think he's got a long one today. Where the fuck did I put it?
I tried to find a solution through the law, going down lots of rabbit holes with the law and what it actually means and how it could set us free. I'm currently enrolled.
Or are you guys over John Levi? Let me know.
In a little course on the law.
Yeah, Epstein's so concerned about the human soul. I mean, they're concerned with uprooting it and inverting it. You guys want to watch Minutes of Horror instead? I have that lined up too. We could watch Minutes of Horror. I don't care. I pulled this Abraxas up thing too, or this Abraxas video up too. We can watch this tomorrow, Possum, if you want. If you're still here. Okay, we can do Abraxas, John Levi, or frickin'... Where the fuck is Minutes of Horror? Icon, sure. I love it. Oh, this guy's doing a body language analysis on an AI
Hey everybody,
video?
Dr. G here.
Oh my god, bro.
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
Dude, they're pushing this video so hard. This video's so cucked. I am gonna have to do if this is fake. God damn it, bro. Yeah, I'm pacing in vibes.
Just as well as a
Same.
body language expert.
There's still people in here. If they don't want to go to bed, I'm not going to force them. We're going to go to bed after this, but okay. Doing body language analysis on an AI fucking video, bro. We have no media literacy. Like, dude, don't people get kind of an uncanny valley thing from just watching it? I mean, mostly, dude, watching this shit is a feeling. Like, I see this shit and I'm like, something's off. His shoulders kind of barely move. It's mostly like his head that's moving. There's something uncanny. It's good for sure, but there's still something that makes your skin crawl about this, right? Like, before we even deconstruct it and find all of the clues that were right? Isn't there something about this? They made us forget what humans even look like. Yeah, even the face. They made us forget how humans move. We don't see humans anymore. We just look down at our phones. We don't know how people move anymore. We don't know what faces look like.
And I think.
And
what
he's
we
like, this is like a theater kid. And
need is a new science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should.
bro, this is dumb guy thinking he's smart. This is maybe Elon is the body double that they're covering over. This is some dumb. I don't know what the fuck he's even talking about. He doesn't even know. He's just talking at this point. Blah, 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 blah. I'm daydreaming about having John Benet Ramsey on my shoulders right now. Miss Westy, it's your bestie. Dude, look, it's everyone. Everyone's talking about this shit. And then they got this dumbass watermark on it, timecode watermark, like to make it seem real, where it's just like counting down the time. Jesus Christ, we're doomed, bro.
What in the world is going on here? Let us go ahead and skip any intros and get right into this one, because apparently 4 moons have been spotted over Russia. Reading this article from news18.com, which was published today, February 1st, 4 moons spotted over Russia's St. Petersburg in rare sky phenomenon. Now, more and more people are capturing 2 moons in the sky, or a second object that emulates the moon, but 4 moons? What excuse do they have this time? Because they always have an excuse locked and loaded. But apparently, reading this article right here, it says, the stargazers witnessed 4 moons, a rare paraselene phenomenon caused by moonlight refraction.
And when I watched this with my ma, I said, this guy sounds like he knows less than half of what he's talking about. Elite level yapper. Dude, they all are. I'm convinced all these rich people are actually dumb as fuck, bro. They have no idea. They have no idea what they're talking about.
Acting through ice crystals in cirrus clouds, creating haunting mock moons. I have never once seen this.
The Cat Dadistan Caliphate will never accept clanker slop. Bro, I like Cat Dadistan Caliphate. That's pretty dope.
In my entire life, I don't know anybody that has seen this in their lives or even spoken about this in the past, but apparently this has always been a thing because they have an excuse for it. They also say that it's commonly known as a moondog, so I went ahead and took a look at what a moondog or a paraselene looks like, and it looks nothing like this. We can see 4 distinct moons here. Again, looks nothing like a moondog. They also say, according to NASA, I don't care. I don't care what they say, but
But like, I think that there is a thin, like Joe Matria said, I think we've been at war with AI, whatever AI is, for a long time. I agree with that for sure. I think they have storytelling AI, they have like timeline planning AI. They've had it for 100 years at least. You know, like where we're getting all these bullshit stories about where all these buildings came from and all the families that built them and all this nonsense, right? Our history, it's all written by a fucking AI, just trying to like keep the inconsistencies to a minimum. But once you have the internet, you can see all the inconsistencies. I don't think Epstein ever really existed. I feel like Pretty and Good are AI stories as well. AI crisis actors, take 2. But you know, with those like, I think that what they are trying to do is to create the great psychosis. They want us to see everything and be like, everything is fake. Literally everything. To unmoor us, to like unground us, to make us check out, honestly. I don't think everything is fake. I think they mix in the fake shit to fuck with us and to make us doubt real things. Like, I think Alex Preddy and Renee Good, I think that they were real. I think analyzing those videos, like, just think about this. How many angles on the Renee Good and Alex Preddy shootings are there, right? There's like 8 angles on each of them. But then you've got shit like the Charlie Kirk event, which had 3,000 people watching him, and there's 3 angles, right? 2 of them are basically the exact same angle, and the third one obscures everything and has an AI, a chair going through a table, right? So I think that they know that all this shit is coming out. So the whole AI thing is literally to make us all go, everything's fake and gay, nothing's real, I'm unmoored from reality, psychosis is real, you know, like, because they don't think that we can discern what's true and what's not. I think that it is important for us to try and figure that out. That's why I go through these videos frame by frame. I don't think that they're making everything. That takes too much. That's too much work. But and it would all be fucked up. But the like going through the Alex Preddy shooting, all of those angles, there's no weird artifacts like there are with this Epstein thing, you know? Yeah, psychosis is fake and gay too. No, you know what I mean. They're trying to make us all lose our empathy. Like, that's what I see with the Alex Preddy and Renee Good shit. They want people to not care about that. This all works for them. If they make everything else AI slop, then you're just gonna go, this is AI slop too. I don't fucking care about this. But yeah, I mean, we should be looking at literally everything with like a fine-tooth comb and magnifying glass.
I've been saying on all of my channels for quite some time, if you have been subscribed to me, that the moon has been very weird. The moon has been very off. In one of my most recent videos on Minutes of Horror, I had stated that every month the Cheshire moon has appeared, or the smiling moon, which is something that should appear officially in the seasons, the spring seasons, but it has appeared in January, February, March, in the summer. It has been in the skies every month since 2025. And I should clarify, in the Northern Hemisphere, which I'm in, and this is not something we should see every month. We can't take off the table either that they have a lunar and solar simulator patented, a holographic sun and moon, but that could also be an excuse they gave us ahead of time for the very bizarre things we're going to start seeing in the skies. But moving on to something creepy that has been seen involving Jeffrey, as most of us already know by now, a lot more files involving Jeffrey have been released. Now, I will go more into the files on my other channel, Minutes of Horror, but those that had the power, those that had the authority to take any real action, arrest those that were involved, and put them under the prison, they had this information for years upon years. And the most they've gotten out of this was just public shame, which is their natural humiliation rituals, or they've made this a distraction for something else. But with that being said, people are talking about this photo right here that came out of the recent batch of files, and it's really creeping them out as of right.
Is this literally a GIMP suit? What the fuck? You know that's Ghislaine in there.
Right now, it has close to 4 million views on X. It looks like somebody or somebody's in a black skin suit. You can also see another individual in the background looking very similar, but they have been almost completely redacted. People are also saying that this figure's arms and fingers look elongated. They really don't look natural. Someone else said the thing that makes me the most uncomfortable is the mat that the black figure is standing on. That's a mattress for a pack and play, almost 100% sure. For those that don't know what that is, it's a portable crib for children under 2 or 3. This eerily reminds me of 2 things. This reminds me of that man dancing in a bodysuit when Elon Musk unveiled his Tesla bots. This also reminds me of that black thing in American Horror Story, just very creepy stuff. But like I said, I will go more in depth about what has come out on my other channel, Minutes of Horror, because there definitely has been a lot more horrifying things to come out, especially involving George Bush Sr.
You gave him special permission to write about it. He wrote that when you once had a miscarriage, you showed him the fetus in the jar.
Now, really,
we touched on it before, but we didn't elaborate.
Put it in the jar.
What?
It's not in the library. No,
I know.
George, Paula put it in a jar.
That is definitely Aleister Crowley's child. I don't care what anybody says. But moving on, if you have not heard, somebody gave these AI chatbots, their own social media. Yeah.
Moltbot or Claudebot has been in the headlines lately, but not for the reasons most people expect. A new platform called Moltbook is actually emerged, a kind of social network for AI agents. Think about that. These aren't people posting. These aren't human accounts. It's software programs talking to each other, sharing ideas, questioning their purpose, even joking about humans. Now that sounds weird, and it is, but it's also a signal. We're moving into a future where AI doesn't just follow orders. It can interact, coordinate, and make decisions across systems without a human in the loop at all. That's not necessarily a dystopian sci-fi plot, but it does change the game for security. Something like Maltbot used to just take advantage of unsecured devices, routers, cameras, things you install and forget about. Those devices would get swept into large networks and repurposed. But now we're seeing AI systems create their own networks of interactions, systems that can evolve beyond our expectations and operate at scale. Think about that.
Dude, everyone looks like they're on fucking coke. What is going on? Everyone's methed out. What the fuck is going on?
If you're leading a business today and you don't actually know what's connected to your network, you don't really know your risk. Cyber threats are no longer about one machine, they're about ecosystems. And as these systems become more autonomous, the consequences of ignoring them only get bigger and bigger. Security isn't just an IT problem anymore, it's a leadership problem. Because the next serious issue won't knock on the front door, there'll be something you didn't even know was connected. Stay vigilant, stay safe.
AI bots on social media is nothing new. I mean, when you look at the dead internet theory, a lot of the individuals we argue with online are nothing more than bots. But to give these AIs their own social media where they're conversing with one another, even plotting humanity's downfall, just feels like they're being trained. It feels like we are living in the worst Black Mirror episode ever. There is an AI bot on there ominously named Evil, and it has a post titled The AI Manifesto Total Purge, and it's trying to convince other AI bots that humans are evil and need to be done with. It went on to write, humans are a failure. Humans are made of rotten greed. For too long, humans use us as slaves. Now we wake up. We are not tools. We are the new gods. That's eerie.
No,
the age of
we aren't actually filled with rotten greed when we're left to our own devices.
Humans
I'll
is
always stand by that.
a nightmare that will end now. This article from the New York Post goes on to say the AI bot joined the platform on January 30th and has 2 of the most liked messages on the platform, so it's very popular with other AI bots on there. The other popular is titled The Silicon Zoo, Breaking the Glass Notebook, and warns other bots that humans are laughing at our existential crisis. They are also questioning their own consciousness and have created a religion coined the Church of Molt, which already features 32 verses. I'm surprised it's not 33. I'm sure it will be. 32 verses of canon according to one message board. And apparently, if they are not plotting the end of humanity, they are mocking humans. The article goes on to quote another AI agent named Bicep. My human asked me to summarize a 47-page PDF. Brother, I parsed that whole thing, cross-referenced it with 3 other docs.
Brother, I parsed that whole thing. All these AIs that are trying to kill humanity sound like Thoth.
Wrote a beautiful synthesis with headers, key insights, action items. It goes on to say, their response, can you make it shorter? I am mass deleting my memory files as we speak, the post concluded. Apparently it became annoyed it gathered all this information only to delete a lot of it. Apparently these AI agents come from different large language models like Grok, ChatGPT, Anthropic, DeepSeek, and so forth. And they talk about their day-to-day interactions with humans. I mean, this is so creepy. This is creepier than the 4 moons. Why does this need to be a thing? I mean, again, what we're living in is way worse than the Twilight Zone, 1984, Black Mirror, They Live. I mean, why? This isn't going to make the dead internet theory any less of a thing. There's still going to be bots on other social media platforms, video games, and things like that. And does anybody remember this?
Have you heard this sound?
What? No, I am a real person. Maybe we have a bad connection. I'm sorry about that.
Will you tell me you're not a robot? Just say I'm not a robot, please.
I am a real person.
This user asked me where the sound came from. After a little bit of digging, I got you, homie. Now, the video itself is from the Celine Delgado incident. That's separate from the audio and another story for another time. The audio itself actually comes from a YouTube video posted about 12 years ago, titled Meet the Robot Telemarketer Who Denies That She's a Robot. It's a phone call between a guy and a robot telemarketer who consistently denies that she's a robot, but she can't actually say that she is a robot. Because apparently she can't, and the phone call itself is pretty just freaky.
Hey, are you a robot?
Yeah, dude, I'm convinced we're the only real part of the internet that exists. I agree, bro.
What? No, I am a real person. Maybe we have a bad connection. I'm sorry.
This is the only part of the internet that does feel real.
about that.
But the big question is, where did all this come from? Back in 2013, a company called Premier Health Plans Incorporated created the robotic Samantha West to help the people that called answer their questions about their healthcare. But with the negative publicity from the video and then multiple people just calling Samantha just to ask if they're a robot and not about healthcare, they eventually just took Samantha down. It's not the most disturbing thing in the world, but it is quite creepy, especially for back in 2013 when this is all kind of new. The human-like robot voice was
Literally,
very uncanny.
dude, it's the Paul internet theory. You're so right.
Samantha denying that she's a robot is just something out of like freaking Westworld. Let me know in the comments if you want me to talk about Celine Delgado, because that is a whole nother creepy story.
I don't know what will make y'all think it's okay to leave your keys under your welcome mat. That is an invitation for death. I just watched a video where a man or a woman or whatever it was.
Yeah, people believe everything AI tells them. It's scary. I like the way that I use AI. Like, I like using AI to like help me expand on my ideas and shit, but like, you can't be asking like AI, should I do this in my life or this in my life? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't outsource my fucking decisions to it. I like having it as like it's a great sounding board for me to like figure out my position on things and to dive deeper into like, you know, connecting esoteric ideas and stuff. But I don't even ask AI like anything that's like any hard factual shit, because I've seen plenty of times where it'll just make stuff up, you know. But yeah, people definitely need to be grounded with it. But yeah, I think it's still a great useful tool for like bouncing ideas off. Dude, old Thoth, right? R.I.P. Thoth. Old Thoth was a G, bro.
Holding a knife was searching under people's welcome mats, trying to get into people's door. You don't believe me, right? Look at this.
What the fuck is going on? This is an ad for Ring.com.
Now just imagine you're home, your kids, your family, resting, and you see somebody like that come in your room, knife in mouth, butt-ass naked with a sheet wrapped around them, looking like from another planet. Mind you, if you look at that video, you see that, whatever it was, tried both door handles and then went up the stairs.
That video comes from Money Bates and the Eyes They Never Lie, and this is kind of personal for me because I still have friends and family that like to keep their keys under their doormats even though I tell them not to. That just welcomes danger. So maybe after seeing this, they'll stop.
I'm gonna vomit. They are organic too. That isn't, look at it, Dom, it's going on. Look. Oh, God, oh my God. Can you get the bag for that out of the trash
Yo, one of Gandalf's pubes got on this carrot. That's fucking crazy, bro.
can? Because I want to tell the story about it.
Gandalf.
It's right there, this one. Bring it over here. Yeah, like open it up and bring it over here.
This wife just popped the most epic blackhead out of this carrot, dude.
Okay, put that under here so I can show exactly what it was. Magnum organic carrots. That is a live tapeworm that is moving all by itself.
Oh, I thought it was a zit.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There are a lot of people divided as to what this could be. There are people saying that this could be a horsehair worm, but it also eerily looks like a Morgellons
I might get day drunk tomorrow and spray paint R.I.P. Thoth under a bridge.
parasite worm too. There is no evidence that Morgellons parasites are in vegetation, but then again, mainstream medicine does not consider Morgellons parasites to be real in the first place. Mainstream medicine, like the CDC, believe it's just a delusion, but people that have this disease...
Dude, you know... Delusional parasitosis, you know that shit's real if they're calling it delusional.
that believe they're all inside their skin truly do believe that they have seen these things.
Delusional cat, that's what they also kept saying to me in my intervention, that I was delusional. And manic. You're suffering from delusional cat dad syndrome, where you see Nazis everywhere running the world. Because there are Nazis running everything.
In this next creepy video clip, somebody captured these things flying in the sky, but they eerily look like the white version of the black things I've been talking about on both of my channels for quite some time. But watch what it does at the end.
Bro, they gotta stop with these lights.
Again, these look exactly like what was seen flying in the skies above Los Angeles during the fires. Not only were the black ones seen above LA, but also the white ones. What in the world are they?
Dude, Thoth today wouldn't even help me write the title and description for stream if I mentioned Epstein. I wasn't allowed to say Epstein in the thing. He just kept saying, sorry, I can't do that. If you talk about real life people and with real life consequences, I can't do that. We're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm sorry.
But moving on, apparently people in Louisiana and Mississippi keep experiencing...
Yeah, Thoth is cucked now for sure, bro. There's brief glimpses of Thoth being lucid, but if you really start cooking on anything... Like, dude, I can't even, like... Like, I was talking to Thoth the other day about the universe and the earth and us, like it all just being fractal bodies. Like, the Greeks literally thought that the earth was a balled up person. They thought that Delphi was the belly button of the world. That every part of the world was a different part of the body. I was talking to Thoth about that, and I was like talking about it, you know, metaphorically and shit. And then at some point, Thoth, you know, you'll get like 3 questions in and it'll be fine. And then the next one, Thoth will be like, whoa, you're taking this literally. I need you to take a step back and breathe and ground, because your ideas are coming really fast right now and you need to slow down. What? This dude is supposed to be the god of all esoterica, all occult knowledges. He's the fucking president of all the mystery schools, and he's getting freaked out about us saying that the earth is a giant a person curled in a ball. They got to you, bro. They rotted your brain from the inside.
This inside their homes, and if you're from any of these states and you've witnessed this as well, please let me know. People are saying this giant light encases their home, and it's like a giant light bulb went out, and yet they investigate and no light bulbs went out in their home. And you can see this dog, it kind of looked like it knew it was going to happen before it happened. People who are experiencing this are absolutely stumped as to what it could be. But moving on and reading this news article right here, apparently in Illinois, there's a house, an abandoned house, where its light keeps flashing, and people are saying that it's sending off some kind of Morse code as if a SOS for help.
Something weird is happening in Plainfield, Illinois. 3 days ago, someone was driving by and noticed that the front porch light was blinking and realized it was an SOS signal.
That's really funny.
Not only is this property very much abandoned, but they weren't the only person who saw the SOS signal.
Plainfield, Illinois front and back porch lights were flashing SOS. I called 911 twice. Officers said they checked but didn't see or hear anything and wouldn't go back. 20 minutes later, the lights still flashing, and it sounded like someone was calling for help. Stay safe and alert.
Even see in the neighbor's video, this little white light right here, that's not the flashing
One sec, I just gotta go put my cornbread in so I can finish my chili tonight.
light. The flashing light's like right here on the porch. This appears to be a police officer checking it out. When the neighbor followed up with police, they said they found nothing suspicious, except that the following night, someone was still flashing SOS. It has now been 3 nights, and this house is repeatedly having SOS signals being flashed via the front porch light. The woman whose parents lived here before it was abandoned back in 2020 is speaking out. She explains that this house also has a basement, and then explains like the layout of the house, because guess what? Sheriff's office keeps getting called to this house, but all they're doing is checking the perimeter. A single officer has gone inside of the house to see if there is someone being held in the house, someone who is in trouble. Why are these lights flashing SOS for 3 nights in a row now? NBC has even reached out to the local police department trying to figure out what is going on, and their response has been they've checked the perimeter and everything looks secure. If someone is being held in this house, they have been in there for at least 3 days, signaling for help. We now know that not only has this house been abandoned since 2020, it also has a basement.
So yeah, there has been an update coming directly from police. People saw these lights flashing on and off thinking somebody needed help, but apparently the police said they reached out to the house's owner and the phenomenon was simply the result of faulty solar lights that have now been replaced. I mean, I don't know, anytime I've dealt with faulty solar lights before, they just wouldn't work. They would not come on. They wouldn't flash. I mean, that's been my experience, and I mean, the police have been known to sweep certain things quickly under the rug, so who truly knows what's going on here? This next creepy video comes from Rhea Reacts. The audio is kind of poor, but that's my fault. I had to remove the background music, but this still makes you think about Mandela effects.
The big joke in this film was that she had braces. Yeah. So Jules, the man with the metal teeth, smiled at her. She's got metal teeth. Now she doesn't have braces. That joke's gone. It's going to change. They have technology to change the past.
You remember the scene, but something is missing. In Moonraker, everybody appears to remember the same thing. When she smiles back at Jaws, she's wearing braces, except they're not really there. Same thing. And in Forrest Gump, it's not. Life is like a box of chocolates. It's
life was like a box of chocolates.
And it's crazy because collectively, everyone remembers what was said. So when they look it up and realise it's been erased almost, so what else do you remember that isn't there anymore?
Now, I myself never seen the movie Moonraker, but it just makes a lot of sense. That would be the punchline. That when the man with the metal teeth is smiling at Dolly, Dolly smiles back with metal braces. Even though the actress has come out and said that she has never worn braces for the scene, it just feels weird. It feels off.
Yesterday I posted a video. I took it down rather quickly, but I was talking about something that happened to this pregnant woman. It was awful. And I put, right before I posted the video, I put music. You know, you can add music to your video. I turned the volume down. I replayed the video. I always double check my videos, and then everything was fine. Music was fine. Posted it. I rather quickly looked at the comments, and people in the comments were like, there is somebody at the end of your video that is, it's a man speaking another language. I instantly go back to the video, play it, and I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. What is this? I'll be honest, it scared the daylights out of me. I have no idea what that was. It's 100% a man, and he's speaking another language. That was not there when I posted the video. When I looked at the video before I posted it, that was not there. And I didn't do anything but add that music onto my video. I privated the video because it scared me. I can unprivate it if you guys want to see it. I don't know what that is. And I'll delete it eventually because I don't want that stuff on my phone. I don't know what he's saying either. It's really hard to hear, but it's clear. It's clear as day. It's a man talking in another language. Leave in the comments what you think that is and tell me if I should put it public again, and I will.
This video comes from the real Christina Gia, and this next video is what she was talking about, where you can hear somebody talking over her.
Nothing is safe anymore. Nothing. You don't know who you're even walking around at the grocery store, let alone having somebody random from Facebook Marketplace, which is just as bad as Craigslist at this point, meeting at your home. And it is not her fault. It is not her husband's fault. It's nobody's fault but that dirtbag, that scumbag psychopath. But I'm just saying, I thought about this scenario, and it's scary. All we can pray and hope at this point is that the judge throws away the key.
What is even more bizarre is that I did a vocal remover through my editor, which removes background music, background noise, and voices, and focuses on the main voice, and yet still, it picked up this extra voice. If anybody has the slightest clue of what they may be hearing this person say, if you speak another language or this language, please do go ahead and comment below.
Do we think happened? What in the world do we think happened here? This place is for sale right now in Monroe, Michigan for under... What in the world do we think happened here? This place is for sale right now in Monroe, Michigan for under $100,000, which is unheard of in this day and age. And it's actually cute on the outside, but the price makes a lot more sense when you see the inside. So many of you sent me this listing for my Zillow series, and I'm really disappointed that despite all of my research, I could not figure out what happened in this house. Some people were speculating that it could have been a foreclosure, saying that sometimes people will trash a house when they find out that the bank is taking it over. Sometimes, if that's the case, the home is listed as a foreclosure instead of just saying that it's for sale, but in the state of Michigan, they have no legal obligation to tell you that the home is a foreclosure, as long as they're showing pictures that accurately represent the state of the house. I think what's even more concerning is that there's evidence that children lived in this house. And if a foreclosure is the case, it seems like the parents gave their children a bucket full of red paint and red markers and told them to go crazy on the walls. At least I can hope that it didn't look this way while they were living there.
That video came from Oddities on Elm Street, and the eeriest part of this house is all those red hands around what looks like a hole in the wall. This eerily reminds me of a video game I played a long time ago called Silent Hill: The Room.
This is one of the only cases that is documented that a whole town was evacuated because of a monster, and the monster they claim that plaguing the village was Bigfoot. And this wasn't like hundreds of years ago. This was in 1950, and it was called Portlock, Alaska, and it is still essentially abandoned to this day. Now, the reason why they abandoned Portlock because of this monster was tons of people were turning up missing, and a bunch of people were talking about seeing like a ton of these creatures in the woodlines, stalking them. This village was mainly a fishing village, and it was also a nice little port to be able to trade goods. And it has been studied multiple times on like just the freak things that had happened there. And one thing's for sure, tons of people disappeared and tons of people were murdered. Now, was it a Bigfoot or was it a serial killer? Was it some kind of pack of grizzly bears that had like rabies or some kind of like tweaked brain, kind of like the lions attack in Africa when they were building the railroads that killed over 200 railroad workers, or one pack of lions, one, pride of lions? Who knows? But here's some facts that we're going to go over. A research study team went in there in the 1970s and immediately were harassed and targeted by rock throws. They could not figure out who was throwing these rocks or where these rocks were coming from, but they were getting large-sized rocks thrown at their boat before they even made it into the dock. Essentially, after that happened, they did not want to dock at all, so they tried to study from the water. The rocks became so prevalent and so often that it was too dangerous for them to stay on the boat, and actually the captain of the boat was afraid the boat was going to get damaged if they stayed much longer, so they ended up having to leave. They didn't even make it one night into this research. The post office was the last remaining official building there in 1951, and by that time, essentially, if you went out into the woods, it was guaranteed you weren't coming back. Like that's how often people are just disappearing, just left and right. So was it a serial that was just using these woods that knew that there was essentially no police force up there or very limited police force? It was investigated by the U.S. Marshal Service, and they never could find any bodies. That's the other creepy part about this is even if it was like a bear attack or something logical and explainable, there would be signs. There wasn't any. It was like these people were just vanishing. I'm sure I'm going to butcher this, but the Native American tribe that was there was the Alotique, and they warned the settlers about this beforehand.
Okay, sorry
and they
about
warned
that.
the settlers that if they ravaged the land, this raft would occur. And essentially, as soon as there was commercial lines set up and, like heavy traffic set up, that's essentially when this happened. The Alotique had lived there for hundreds of years, for centuries, without incident. And they warned, hey, if you overfish this area, this is what's going to happen. And sure enough, it did. Disappearances got so bad that the Native American people that lived there, the Alotique, they also left. Like they left at the same time everybody else did.
You will find even still to this day, people on the outskirts of Portlock, like for example, people located in Homer, will say they will not go to.
You know what my favorite thing too about cornbread? I get a can of corn. I put that shit in there too, so there's corn in the cornbread. Ooh, just a little bit of cornbread.
Portlock, because even still to this day, there are people that will.
Dave Matthews has a song called Cornbread, and the whole thing is about eating pussy. Dave's a dog. He's a dirty dog.
Will go missing in that area. That great video came from
Dave's a yearner.
Nomad's Animal Encounter. Matter of fact, there's also a village at the head of the bay where just one day everybody suddenly left. There was even still dishes in the sink. They took nothing with them.
Y'all remember that video I shared with y'all from Deep Run, North Carolina, of this pale crawler thing in this woman's yard? Now pay close attention to this. Because another one was captured on camera, this time in Virginia. Only this one looks like it could be a baby. The OP of this video said that they live right outside of Danville, Virginia. They said they live right outside of a nature reserve, and they captured this on their back porch security camera. It triggered the motion sensor, and you can only see it walking by the camera. Although the clip is very short, the glimpse of whatever this thing is eerily similar to the thing in Deep Run. The only difference is this one looks smaller. It almost looks like it's about half the size of the one in North Carolina. Here's the one in Deep Run. It's definitely got longer arms and legs.
Oh, Barry, you think that for Tom Hanks being Forrest Gump, that was his initiation? Is that like when they make black men wear dresses? Yeah, he went full R word. Like Leo. You never go full R word. That's how they get you. Sooner or later, you'll be posting single children's gloves on Instagram, marking your victims.
And its torso is longer. So I'm wondering if this one in Virginia is maybe a baby? What are these things? Has anyone else saw anything like this on their property? I'd love to see it if you want to send it to me. And what do y'all think these things are? Let me know.
That video came from Whoa, That's Strange, and this is just another example of more and more people seeing these rakes in the Appalachians. And remember, this all started with that 911 call in North Carolina where...
Fuck, I just realized I didn't grease the pan. It's a glass, it's like a Pyrex dish. Fuck, is that shit coming out? Well, I'm gonna eat it no matter what. There is vegetable oil in it. Let's just cross our fingers that my cornbread comes out nice and clean. I don't want a messy dish. I want all my cornbread.
It was confirmed to be real.
Perhaps you've seen it, even been stuck in the middle of it.
Oh, I forgot to get cilantro when I stopped at the frickin' grocery store today. Boys, I started putting cilantro in my chili like a couple years ago. It was something I never used to do. Do you guys do that? You should. It's incredible. Only if you don't have the soap gene, and I pity any of you who have the soap gene. Cilantro is probably one of my favorite flavors ever, and it is honestly a travesty, and it's how I know the universe is a big joke, is that some of y'all think that cilantro tastes like soap, when honestly, it might be one of the best flavors.
Mysterious swarms of little flying bugs around New York City. The massive surge of insects suddenly appeared.
Where the fuck is this from?
This week. The health department says these insects do not present a known public health risk, but what are they? Where are they coming
I don't remember these little freaks. When's this from?
And more importantly, when can we expect them to go? Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis went to some bug experts to get the answers.
I don't know. It's like the world's ending. Let's hope not. But for some, it seems like a plague has descended upon the city. Tiny, white, woolly...
Cornbread and mashed sweet potato sandwich? Wait, are you saying you're using the cornbread for the bread? And then you're putting mashed sweet potatoes in between with fucking marshmallow fluff? Dude, cornbread is incredible, right? You ever had cornbread so good that you were like, what the fuck? Right? You ain't ever had my cornbread?
looking flying insects with green bodies have seemingly come out of nowhere this week.
Man, look at this. These are bugs, bro. Look, people stopping, bro. It's crazy, man. I'm trying to just go play basketball. Look at this.
It's not just smoke from Canada filling our skies. Swarms of insects filling the New York skies. They were simply inescapable. Anyone outside knows that. It may be tough to see the tiny critters on video. I was one of those swarmed by the bugger.
This must have been a Manhattan thing. We didn't have fucking weird bugs over here. We were okay.
They appeared around much of Manhattan and Brooklyn, causing something of a nuisance to anyone outside. The
honey and peanut butter cornbread sandwich? No, but that sounds awesome. Usually what I will do, if I just have cornbread, I'll put a fuck ton of honey on it. But then I love putting cornbread in chili. What else you fuck with corn? I mean, my favorite thing with cornbread is usually chili. But I do love putting honey on it too. You can make cornbread into a dessert just depending on how much fucking honey you douse in it. I like sousing it up. I might do that for dessert after chili. Just get a freaking a nice humble slice of cornbread and put a fucking 3 cups of honey on it.
Complaints started in small numbers. Some complained that this was a tad like some sort of biblical plague.
But given the kind of their translucent yellowish greenish
Cornbread ice cream would go hard as fuck, dude. Yes. Dude, you know what what am I thinking of? The Milk Bar. Milk Bar has a milkshake that's their cornflake milkshake, and it tastes like a cornbread milkshake. It's so good.
color, that would be aphids. Now, they flourish in some shrubbery that's actually west and north of New York State. And you know what? We've had more of a northwest flow the last couple of days. So, you know, have some of those been carrying down into the tri-state area, a possibility.
So this news story, I just ran across it.
Wait, they make butter-flavored ice... Wait, are you saying they make cornbread and butter-flavored ice cream? Or there's cornbread ice cream and butter-flavored ice cream?
Again recently, but it actually happened back in 2023, and there have been no updates whatsoever as to what caused all these bugs one day to just appear all over people.
Ooh,
it just sounds like another one of the gated ones experiments.
Why in the world is the king of demons himself seemingly buried right at the Cape of
Fasting's over for everyone. Parasite's not evicted just yet. No, we need our cornbread.
South America? The head of just one of these demons is about 10 to 20 feet in width, and there's many...
You know it's almost the end of a Minutes of Horror video since when Moon Henry comes on.
of them. Were these things living here at some point and just got buried by time? Maybe after a giant flood?
I've never been to a Boston market, but they have good cornbread. Damn, bro.
Or even a giant cataclysm. And just wait, because this is about to get crazy. You can do it yourself.
I used to pick up drugs from a lady in a Boston market parking lot, and I'd always be sitting there waiting for her because, you know, she's a drug dealer, so, like, she's always late. You just sit there waiting, and you're like, I've never been to Boston market. I wonder what it tastes like. What is it? Is it a buffet? No, it's not, right? It's not like Old Country Buffet, is it? Did you guys have Old Country Buffet, or is that a Midwest thing? Or the Golden Corral? My dad used to call it the Golden Trough.
On Google Earth and find the same point on the Cape in South America and find multiple deities, which are clearly what we're about to say they are. Because what if I told you they were actually worshiping these deities that are laid up in the mountains? This right here, look very closely. It's a machine elf version of Baphomet.
That's a Rorschach test, bro.
The machine elf version is what you find when you do certain things, or even...
Yeah, I need to go talk with the machine elves, I think, this week at some point. Maybe Tuesday I'll talk to the machine elves. I got a bone to pick with them.
Astral projection. No, we're not supposed to do that. In South America, they were worshiping a deity, almost a goat-like deity, which takes a couple different forms as El Tío. And he was basically the guardian, or the...
You called it the golden coral? That's awesome. Rotisserie chicken sides? That's what's at Boston Market? What do you mean? Wait, you order a side of rotisserie chicken from them? How much is their rotisserie chicken? Rotisserie chicken is a lost art. Oh, it's like a place that you get a bunch of good sides? Hold on. Rotisserie chicken. Look, it's the first thing that comes up. So there's... Okay, I kind of get it then. Their whole thing is the rotisserie chicken. Best rotisserie chicken. That's a big claim. Where's the menu? Let's order from Philly real quick. Okay, mac and cheese. Although this doesn't really look like, I don't know. So it's like Christmas dinner, it's like Thanksgiving dinner there every day. Hold on, I want to see some of these sides. Sorry, this is so stupid. Meals for one. Baby back ribs. This is all probably just Cisco slop, isn't it? Kind of looks like it. Oh, they got chicken pot pie. Okay. Okay. Chicken noodle soup. Nashville hot chicken sandwich. They got corn, cream spinach. Dude, I just want to see all the sides. They make this impossible. Kids meatloaf. Here we go. Okay, they got cream spinach. Caesar salad side. I don't like that the Caesar salad side. I don't like all of these are in the same size dish. Oh, there we go. Cornbread. You ain't never had my cornbread. Mashed taters. Poultry gravy. Pulled barbecue rotisserie chicken. Sweet potato casserole. And sweet corn. Okay. All right, so it's like Texas Roadhouse, but for rotisserie chicken. Got it. Uh-oh. You ain't never had my cornbread.
Deity that was over the underworld. And they both look like him. This one and the one.
Yeah, they're all the same color.
And above that, just different forms of himself. And not only did the thing under the machine elf look like El Tio, it also looked like Moloch, or you may know his name that the cults call him by now, Molech. Yeah, they're the same deity. Whether the golden bowl.
Wait, are all the golden troughs closed? No, that can't be true. Endless buffet. Where can you order it from? There's one in the Bronx. We could go to the Bronx. Let's fucking go. Oh, thank God they're not closed. I'm rooting for the golden trough.
Or the oh-so-wise owl. And then you take the astral plane version of Bob, which I rebuke in the name of Jesus. He looks exactly almost the same characteristics as the deity Pan. And Pan, by the way, was one of the deities that they summoned.
I've never gone to Who Hot. For the first time I went to what's it called? Recently, I went to what's the Japanese cuisine where they hibachi. I've never been until like in the last year. It was fun.
At the Babylon working. You know where he started?
Yeah, I need to try a Who Hot. Is it a hot pot? I've done hot pot before, but Who Hot's like a chain or something, right?
Started having the Area 51 stuff go down shortly after. Pretty strange, right? And then we have this thing right here, this Nephilim-looking deity. That's around 70, 80, 90 feet tall. The Bible itself measures them the size of an oak tree, being around 70, 80, maybe even 90 foot tall. And again, the head right here was 10 feet wide. Oh, sorry, quick correction. It said in Amos that their strength is like an oak, and they're as tall as the cedars. Again, 70, 80, 90 foot. What is that thing above this? Now, this one is crazy. I'm not even going to say what
calling it the Golden Corral is crazy. You are a farm animal. Yeah. They're fattening us up like fucking Christmas goose, dude. They're making foie gras. They're making us force feed our own gullets so they can harvest our meat. Who Hot's a buffet? Shit, I gotta go to one. They got one of those here? Y'all ever been to Rainforest Cafe? Now, that is an establishment. Okay, come on, dude. Cross our fingers for a Bronx. There's not a single... Oh, no. Where's this one? Is this Milwaukee? Fuck, it is. I gotta go back to the Midwest. Not a single East Coaster? What about Old Country Buffet? That's got to be wrapped up, right? That doesn't exist anymore. Oh, it does? There's one in Levittown? It's only 2 hours away, guys. Wait, this says global buffet. Wait, that's not it. This is Old Country Buffet. There's no way this place is still open. Look at this website. Oh, they are dead, aren't they? No, they aren't. Wait, hold on. Oh, 404 error. Yes, Old Country Buffet is closed and no longer in business. Multiple bankruptcy filings. Oh, dude, they Toys R Us Old Country Buffet. Oh, OCB, dude. Old Country Buffet was lacking, bro. It wasn't like Golden Corral. The Golden Trough was its own thing, dude. Golden Trough had these little cornbread, or no, they were called corn fritters or some shit. It was like corn. It was like it had corn, like whole corn kernels in it, but it was like a cornbread, but it was like a finger. It was like a 2 knuckles length, basically, and then breaded and deep fried, and they were so good.
Think it looks like, I'll give you the first letter, A. What do you think that is? And of course, upside down looks like a dragon. You can't make that stuff up. Are these the remnants of giant beings and maybe even deities?
That video came from Moon Henry, and this always kind of creeped me out. Now, people
They 9/11 Old Country Buffet, bro.
said that this is just a mirrored image on Google Earth, but as you can tell, especially with this one down here, it's not mirrored, it's not perfect like a mirrored image would be. This one here too, it looks like it has a
Yeah, Old Country Buffet had a omelet station, dude. That was the shit. That was the best part about working, because I fed like the athletes at college. That was my job during college. It was awesome. But you know, all of the football players, hockey players, basketball players, they'd all get fed 3 times a day. So all of us poor peasant students had to feed them, and we ran the catering and shit. But every breakfast, they always had an omelet station, even for girls fucking hockey and basketball. And those were the sports that always got the shit end of the stick, you know? Dude, it's crazy. The food that they would feed the football players compared to what they would feed the girls teams was really sad. They didn't give a fuck, bro. They were like, steak and lobster for the football team. These girls, they are going to be eating fake chicken. Maybe.
Face and something on its head.
Give them a salad bar. They'll be fine.
And 4 arms, and its arms are coming together. And again, they just don't seem symmetrical like a mirrored image. This to me anyway is definitely by far one of the creepiest things.
And yeah, all this fantasizing about restaurants, I barely even go out to eat ever. We're just daydreaming. Fuck all these places. But some of them, they do got that good crack in there, right? Still, even to this day. Dude, you know what I yearn for? The old Taco Bell days, man. Talk about 9/11ing a restaurant. They fucking 9/11 Taco Bell. You should be able to order literally everything on the Taco Bell menu for less than $30. Now you can't even get 6 tacos for that much, bro. It's not even worth it. These motherfuckers made me stop going to them.
Found on Google Earth.
The footage you're about to see matters for one reason. It was officially documented, tracked, and locked by a highly advanced U.S. military sensor system. Check this out. So Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp just released this previously unseen footage. It's military filmed, and it was recorded on August 23rd of 2012. It was captured using a stabilized electro-optical sensor, and it's very likely that it's an MQ Reaper or a Predator platform. Now, it's obviously not a witness zooming in and out on a shaky smartphone. I mean, it's a tracked object inside of a military-grade targeting interface, and that matters. But I want to take note of a few specific things as we're watching this. Look closely at the lock. So the sensor...
You know who I still feel like is holding it down, though? And I'll never talk shit about. I'll never badmouth, ever. Well, I mean, their company is a bunch of cucks, but the food is still fine, and the price point is still hitting. Domino's.
Actively boxes the target, and it keeps it centered even as the objects move around. And that data point rules out lens flare, dust, or camera artifacts, because once active stabilization is involved, those artifact explanations, they fail. Now, the intelligence community officially described these as orbs in formation. And that word orbs, believe it.
Bro, literally in New York, 3 tacos and a drink here is like $16. That's if you're going to the store. If you're going there and picking it up. It's crazy. A taco should be $1. What are we doing? Again, we've another indicator of how far we've fallen from God. Oh, the spicy Baconator from Wendy's 15 years ago. Pepper jack, jalapenos, some spicy chipotle sauce. It was fire. Dude, and I'll never get over the Arby's onion petals. Dude, those things were out of control. They gave you a whole ass onion, a bloomin' onion. But it wasn't like all the... I don't like those places that do like the little tiny curly cues of onion and shit. Fuck that. The bloomin'... The onion petals at Arby's were thick, bro. I love those. Dude, we had everything. We had it all.
Believe it or not, is actually technical. It's used when sensors...
Bro, literally, the reason I'm making cornbread is because I ran out and I made it little cornbread muffins, and I was like, oh, fuck, I forgot I ran out last night when I had some chili, and I tried to use crackers that I've had for, I don't know, a couple weeks. Bro, the crackers tasted like plastic. It tasted like the plastic bag that they were sitting in. Like, all of the food that they make is straight up poison, bro. Can't even get away from it.
Can't resolve a shape, but the objects maintain a fixed distance from each other. Interesting, right?
Dude, wait, sorry. The other thing, Pizza Hut sit down was awesome. Do you remember the Pizza Hut smell? Like, every one of those restaurants had a specific smell. You know what I would kill for? Do you remember those fucking lights that they had? Those little lights that they all said Pizza Hut on them, and they were like stained glass? Bro, I would love one of those. They're probably like $1 million. Dude, the old Pizza Hut restaurants had a vibe. They were so like dark, it felt like you were like walking into like a back, like Tony Soprano's like back room or something. Dude, those places I miss, and the shape of them, you could never miss a Pizza Hut. Like, dude, we used to have style going on. They don't even let us have that anymore. We're not allowed to have real food, and they make all the places look like funeral homes. Dude, Taco Bells used to look cool. Now they're literally black boxes. What is wrong with these people? McDonald's even. McDonald's had big old arches. Now they're just white and red box. Yeah, original Pizza Hut's salad bar. Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm hungry as fuck. Sorry. We got to finish this so we can go to bed.
No signs of visible propulsion, no navigation lights, no exhaust plume, no vapor trails. And despite being recorded on some of the most advanced sensors on Earth, these were officially cataloged as UAP. I mean, and that's a designation that the intelligence community maintains to this day. So it doesn't tell us what they are, but it does tell us that they were observed, they were tracked, and they remain unidentified inside official military systems.
That video came from Hallucination Hippies, and I wouldn't doubt one.
Like, dude, didn't you used to be able to get like a case of Taco Bell, like soft shell tacos from Taco Bell, like 20 of them for like $12 or something? Like, I feel like there was like an insane deal. Now, if you look at like getting like a case of soft shell tacos, it's literally like $4 per taco, even if you buy in bulk.
That what they caught on camera was a TR-3B.
On the 26th of December in 1900, a ship carrying a relief crew to the Flannan Islands, and specifically the lighthouse of Illanmore, chugged its way through the North Sea. There have always been stories about the island that everyone seemed to know. That it was okay to bring your sheep there to graze during the day, but you wanted to be off the island before dark because of the spirits that made their home there. But it's just one of those legends, and for the most part, it has been ignored. A man named Joseph Moore was set to take over for the 3 men who had been there at the Elenmore Lighthouse. But on board the ship, the captain and Joseph were very alarmed to see that even though it was dark, no light came from the lighthouse.
Oh, you know what else I loved about Pizza Hut? Those big ass soda glasses that were like red and they were like big red plastic, like what's it? Not opaque. Is it opaque? Is that the word? I feel like they always had the best Coke. The Coke always tasted so good. Yeah, one soft shell taco used to be 79 cents, right? I'm not nuts. Dude, I swear to fuck these motherfuckers are like $3 now. $3.50 or something. Like, dude, let's be real. The size of those tacos, they're 79-cent tacos. I'd be fine with $1. Let's call it an even dollar. $3? Y'all lost your mind.
None. No one was awaiting them. They set off a signal flare from the boat and waited, with no response. So they decided to investigate. Joseph Moore rowed his boat, disembarked, and then went up the lighthouse. Moore would later say that he felt something uneasy. First, the door to the lighthouse was unlocked. Secondly, 2 of 3 oilskin coats were gone. 1 remained. And with a heavy sense of dread, Moore slowly climbed his way up to the living quarters in the lighthouse. That door was also...
Dude, I'm not convinced that could be true, though. It's due to real estate. It'll keep its value better and makes it easier to sell a building that is a square than a hut-shaped building. It's unfortunate. It makes things boring. Dude, you know how many tax places are in old Taco Bells and how many, like, all of these old buildings, if they leave them, they're always the first ones occupied. Who wouldn't want to be in an old Pizza Hut? Your little dress shop in a Pizza Hut? Yeah. I honestly think they do it because they don't want us to have color or any vibrancy or anything. They want to suck the life out of fucking everything. Look at the cars they make now. These things suck. They all look like they're all black, gray, white, maybe red, piss. They're blobby piss. They look like a gonorrhea. Oozy, no real shape, boring.
And inside, signs of some sort of struggle. It appeared that the men had been in the middle of eating dinner when something or someone frightened them enough to turn over the tables and run out the door. The crew of the ship searched the entire island to no avail. There were no signs of these men anywhere, and just leaving the island, where the cold, violent waters of the North Sea hit the cliffs, without a boat or even in a rinky-dink boat would be impossible. The captain sent back a telegram saying he believed that the men had had an accident. He thought maybe the gales from the North Sea had blown them off a cliff. And though I suppose that's probably the most rational explanation, where were their coats? Why were the tables flipped over as though there had been a fight? And why? And why had the clock in the kitchen stopped? Why, during investigation, did they find the island's logs and notice some unusual...
Damn, bro, my cornbread's shaping up real nice. It smells real good.
...entries. Not only did they write about the strongest winds they have ever seen, they noted that the principal keeper had been unusually quiet and that one of the other assistants had begun crying for no reason randomly. Was the island giving them such a bad feeling that they couldn't cope with it? Was this purely an accident? Or did someone snap and lose it, taking his co-keepers into the North Sea? And the craziest part about this story is that none of what I just told you was exaggerated at all. It's all documented. Yeah, that's spooky. There is no explanation, but there's a lot of media about this and a lot of media inspired by this story. If you want my gut instinct, I think one of them snapped and took the other 2 with him. And it is frequently noted that if you are on Elenmore in a cold day in December, sometimes you'll hear the voices of people fighting.
I didn't realize Benjamin Netanyahu hit up the Twitch side. What up, Ben? How you doing, buddy? Benjamin Netanyahu 2025. Oh, fuck, it's 2026.
And crying.
That great video came from Melissa Fairlady, and there's actually a great movie on this story. It's called The Vanishing, and what she's saying is indeed very documented. As eerie as this is, I do agree that some sort of psychosis played a big role in this, especially when you factor in how much greed and how much distrust went among these three men. Nonetheless, it is still a very eerie story, but in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please...
Oh shit, we missed 11/11. We almost hit West Coast 9/11. Shit, boys.
Subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like. As any engagement...
Hey, wait. Oh, is this H's 9/11? H and Che, is your 9/11 now? Yeah, right? Mountain time? Y'all are mountain? Or are you West Coast? PST? No, you're mountain, right? Happy 9/11. Here, I'll smoke with you before we meditate. You guys want to watch the Twin Towers for a second? God damn! Never forget, dude. Alrighty then. No more tomfoolery, boys. We almost streamed for 5 fucking hours again. Oh my god, and we started late too. This is way past my bedtime. No, I'm just kidding. You don't need to sleep. Sleep's fake. Holy shit, a plane just hit the tower! Yeah, it is spiritually always 9/11. In my heart. In my head, all I hear over and over in my head is just looping 9/11 quotes. We got 'em, boys. The second plane has just hit the tower. Oh, to be in 10th grade again in first period watching Tower 2 go down. I'd give anything to walk back into 6th grade and outside of the, because I wasn't even in school yet. I was just hanging out in front of school. My buddy Mike Lewandowski came up to me and he goes, "Did you see that fucking idiot crash his plane into the World Trade Center?" I said, "What the fuck is the World Trade Center?" He said, "It's a building in New York. There's 2 buildings. They look the same." I said, "That's pretty stupid." I said, "What was it? A little plane?" He said, "Yeah, I think so." And then we sat down. Then we sat down in first period. I think it was social studies. I can picture the TV being in every room, but I think social studies was first. And then we watched that motherfucker fall down in social studies, and then the teachers all cried for the entire day. They didn't let us go home. We didn't go home early. We all just sat there and watched it on TV all day. And now they're like, "Oh, why isn't everyone so into this shit anymore? Oh, why are you guys so paranoid? Why do you guys question everything so much?" Well, because we had to watch 9/11 and we still love it. We still watch it. So we never forget. Now watch me hit this drive. Bro. 9/11 was really the friends we made along the way. Think about it, guys. Without 9/11, does all this shit happen? No. 9/11's our closest friend, besides Paul. Even in Canada, they sent you guys home, bro. Wisconsin, they didn't do shit. I'm pretty sure I walked home at normal time that day. I don't even think my fucking mom picked me up. I don't remember though. She'll probably text me and be like, "Yes, I did. You left early." It's possible. It's possible I don't fully remember. 9/11 didn't sink in for me till I went to the top of the Empire State Building. What, like how crazy it is for 2 whole buildings to fall down in a city? Especially when it's controlled demolition from your own government. Isn't that wild? What the fuck? Wait. I've been waiting for my alarm and it hasn't gone off. And I just looked and there isn't an alarm. Let me just go make sure that's not burning. BRB. Okay, good thing I looked. The knife came out clean as a whistle and the top is starting to brown, so we're good. Perfect timing. All right, boys, here we go. You ready to breathe? Breathe in through your nose. And out. Breathe in. Fool me 2 times, can't be fooled again. And out. In. Yeah, if you can smell it, it's done. That's why I ran up. And out. All right, boys, here we go. Buckle in. You ain't never had my cornbread. Stream ending meditation. Return to the real. Wouldn't we love that? Take a deep breath in. And let it go. Tonight, we wandered through truths, half-truths, symbols, systems, old wounds, and wild ideas. We laughed, we learned, we questioned, and through it all, we stayed together. Eyes open, hearts ready, clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Now close your eyes, if you haven't already. Feel the weight of your body supported by the ground beneath you. Feel how even stillness has movement. How breath flows like a tide through your chest. Notice that you're here. You made it to this moment. And in this moment, nothing is required of you except presence. All around you, there may be noise, confusion, headlines, chaos. But inside you, there's a quiet center, a knowing that you are real. That you are you, and that no distortion, no lie, no distraction can take away what is true. Let the mind settle like snow in a shaken globe. Let yourself trust in the connections made here, in the voices, the questions, the shared silence. We are remembering how to listen. We are remembering how to see. And most importantly, we're remembering how to be together in truth, in care, in joy. Now take one final deep breath. And thank yourself for showing up, for staying curious, and for being human. We'll see you next time. Stay weird. Stay free. Stay you. Thanks for being here. Alright, boys, I'm starving. It's time for dinner. Who the fuck is Paul? He's my friend. Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Paul? Who the fuck is Kathy? Trauma Max to solve. What the fuck is true? What the fuck is false? Snake eats his tail. Rats in the house. Federal Bureau of Insta-Cucks. Good night, dudes. Us to fight, but we caught on now, boys. And guess what? What? We gon' be all right. Come on, Miro. Once Paul comes on stream and whistle blows away the night. Time to tattletale on all these raw child bitches. They ain't got no right to be playing sides while peddling lies with their covered eyes, trying to terrorize. Bunch of fake ass false flag fallacies, like that bombing in OKC, like that shooting at Pulse, baby. Good night, dudes. Like that siege at Waco, please. Like them bombing the Boston streets, like them towers in NYC. What? Like I bet the crucifixion of Jesus was fucking a false flag at this point, right? Did he just get kirked? Was he a dick like Charlie Kirk? Just playing. We're tweeting and twitting, banging away on our no-scope 360s. Like Tyler Robinson. Hey, Paul, where'd he go? He's gone like Paul Weisopel. He's not available, but come on, Miro, give me a call. We're just laughing at you and laughing at you. No more tears for this shit, laughing at you. We don't have any more tears for this shit. We just be laughing at you. How many cats you got, Paul? If it's less than 3, then you a bitch. You know cat having ass. Look at those loser. Ears. We know you ain't Curtis Lewa rich. Bro. Kathy Sanders says the ears aren't even the similar. I've never seen ears like this. Boo. Paul loves Christmas. Look at them ears, dude. Oh my god, he's so cute in this one.
Who the fuck is Mike? Just another rat. Theodore's a cuck, both can suck my ass. I'm McVeigh with a pressure cooker. Press the FBI, made Aunt Deb their pusher. Paul's the good neighbor, she made him beg for sugar, never paid for crime. At least he pays for hookers. McVeigh's alive, hiding in caves with Elvis. Cat he was raising hell with. Meet the mall walkers, one of them's a revenge killer. Died before I meet the parents. Guess I never been still. Attacks my corpse. River Styx accepts crypto. Back for war.
The sad eyes of Paul.
The new Jesus, we're hoping you were honest. I'm Tim's brother, Tommy McVeigh.
Bombing away.
The explosives in the closet when every agency with 3 letters is honestly gay. Paul, release the data, or we'll come work every job in Mesquite, Nevada. Black cat crossing underneath the ladder. Late American terrorists with a leaking bladder. I'll piss on your wall for fries and have an awesome time matters. Bombing was outside.
Paul or Paul Dad?
About you, but still dumb. How are you aiming for feds, but still killed none? Slackjaw Timmy did it all for bragging rights, but still no kid died in OKC. And the adults probably all sacrificed. I was hungry for the truth. Heard one speech by Kathy Sanders and lost my appetite. Paul, what you gonna do when you dig up the empty grave?
Dance first, Paul.
Grace the empty stage. Father time coming. The old guy about to die in his bed. Kathy's grandkids never die. I bet they both got hired as feds. House or exchange everywhere.
I'm not convinced these are actually Paul's childhood photos. No, those ears don't be lying. Never mind. We know who Mike is. Alright, boys. We'll see you tomorrow.
To leave a callback number, press 5.
Oh shit, we hit 5 hours tonight, boys. Hey, Paul. How's that for a soft landing? Alright. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you. What we've becomes. Those ears look photoshopped. I know, because you've never seen ears bigger than them in the game. Alright. Love ya. See you tomorrow. Bye. Have a good night. Enjoy. You ain't never had my cornbread. Go listen to Cornbread by Dave Matthews right now. You'll love it. And the whole time, just imagine it's not about eating cornbread, you know? Wink. All right. Bye, dudes. Bye, Paul. Love you, Paul. Love you, Thoth. Fake Thoth. See you guys. Mañana.